Alrighty. Testing. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Alright. 1 second, y'all. Just gotta check one more thing real quick. Yeah. Alrighty. Had to go back and do one thing, chat, but hello, everybody. It's your favorite goat boy hero from another world, Jemuzu, and somehow I was able to fully stay blind to the direct. I know nothing about it. It is currently, what is it, 8:25 where I'm at right now? Yeah, about that time. And I was able to stay clear of the direct spoilers at work fully for you guys, so we're gonna try to do the most blind reaction possible to this Nintendo Direct, just to see what Nintendo has been cooking. Because I'll tell you all this, I am not expecting much, if I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. It's so odd. Again, I didn't really expect them to have a new Direct for this week, but hey, it's not completely unfounded. Again, they have a lot of stuff going into that new Switch 2 Direct next week, so knock out a bunch of the smaller third-party titles they were meant to show off now, and then save all the new shiny first-party games for the proper Direct. That's at least my thought process anyways. I don't entirely know what they're going to show off, to be honest. I mean, Metroid Prime 4 seems like a given. That makes sense if they were to show that off. They also could show off something like a new Fire Emblem game. That's been rumored for a hot minute, but they might save that for Switch 2. That's very hard to say. Something like Kid Icarus Uprising HD, even though that seems unlikely, it is still a possibility. I don't know. I'm expecting, if anything, a new remaster or two to get announced for the Switch 1 that will come out before the end of the year. Because otherwise, besides Prime 4, I don't really know what they could show off. That's the confusing but fun part about this. I'm actually going in mostly blind because, well, again, there's not going to be any Switch 2 games. This is solely for the first Switch in terms of games and everything. So, yeah, like I said, just a lot of confusion, a lot of interest and intrigue going in. It'll be curious if they... Okay. It will be curious if they end up announcing something like a spin-off game, maybe a new Warriors game for like a current Nintendo franchise, like maybe something new like Xenoblade or Kirby, or maybe they go back and do Hyrule Warriors again. I don't know what they do for that, but hey, that's a possibility. They have a lot that they could do. There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's what I'm excited for. The presentation is about 36 minutes long. So yeah, again, not expecting much from this, but hey, that's the fun part. Let's hop over to the screen real quickly, and yep, we have it pulled up right here. Again, your boy was able to stay off social media long enough to avoid this, although your boy also got shadow banned on Twitter again. I hate Twitter so much, man. There's no reason for the ban. This happened last time, too. This is the second time I got shadow banned on Twitter. I don't know why they do that. It doesn't seem like it affected anything too much. It might have just been like, oh, we put it on, but it's actually nothing. Then why ban it? I don't know. Again, you know... That's fine, though. I'm not too worried about it. We have the platform of Twitch here, which has been doing pretty well, all things considered. We did a bunch of streams this last week, and this makes it the 4th stream this week, which is very nice. And I don't anticipate this one being long, because realistically, after streaming Xenoblade Chronicles X for 6 hours straight, I'm surprised I'd have the energy to do this. But, hey, we definitely have energy in us to do something more. We have the energy to at least watch this and maybe a few other things. I heard there was also a new Tales Tube that came out recently. It has a new character debut, so we might go and watch that after this, but I want to at least give the direct an analysis and a watch real quick and just spitball about that for a good bit. But enough talk, enough dilly-dally, enough silly goobery. Let's actually get into this. I'm very interested in seeing what they got planned for the Switch Direct. Here goes nothing. Rated pending to mature 17. Alright, what's the first thing? Dragon Quest? Okay. Okay, so this is the remake trilogy then. Okay, out the gate, we're seeing, I think Dragon Quest 1+2 remakes? This was announced a bit back. Two Tales of Brave Heroes Begin Anew. Yeah, they put out Dragon Quest III's remake like a few months back, and now we're getting the remakes of the first and the second game in the same style. The Octopath style of sprite work with realistic lighting and model work is just stunning. I love it so much. I mean, I don't know, it's such a unique vibe too, I just love it. So yeah, it's the first and the second Dragon Quest, not just the, not just... Okay. So yeah, what? Okay, no, this is also... Okay, 1 and 2. Yep, 1 and 2 HD 2D remake. Nice. Very nice. I mean, hell, that looks clean.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shinya Takahashi, and I'll
Hi, Mr. Takahashi.
for today's Nintendo Direct. Today, we'll be providing information on upcoming Nintendo Switch games. We'll also have a Nintendo Direct for Nintendo Switch 2 on April 2nd.
Yeah, I know that
So
my mic's
please
probably
tune in for that
picking up
as
the
well.
audio this time. I don't have that setting
What we
worked
just
out
saw
yet.
was Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD
Ah,
2D
what, huh?
remakes.
What happened? What was that?
Another character appeared at the end. What kind of adventure awaits?
Let's just not mess with
You're
the
excited for
expressions
more
too much.
information in the future.
Okay, y'all will see and hear my reaction. You should definitely hear since we adjusted the audio since last stream.
From dire straits.
What the hell? No hope.
2 minutes until oxygen 0.
Huh? No rescue. What the heck is this?
Help me. Please help me, Dante.
No sleep for Kaname Date from AI and the Somnium Files.
The Somnium Files series is stirring.
Okay.
You are Kaname Date, a special agent with a sophisticated AI called Aiba embedded in his left eye. Your
Freaky.
mission is to track down Iris, an internet idol who has been trapped in a mysterious escape game. Conduct interviews to investigate.
I don't
Iris's
really know
whereabouts.
much about this series, so I don't have
Dive into a subject's
any
dreams
unique information to
reveal
give about it.
clues hidden deep within their psyche.
Yeah, there's character portraits on the bottom of the screen, but that's...
Horrible environment.
Yeah, that's just there.
Everything you learn will bring you one step closer to the truth. Uncover what's hidden in reality and dreams to rescue Iris. No sleep for Kaname Date from the Somnium Files.
I thought it was
Launches on the
AI,
Nintendo
not
Switch
I.
system, July 25th.
Alright, neat I guess. Not my preferred series, but hey.
Unleash the supernatural.
Oh? Wait, who's that? That looks familiar. Detective? Wait a minute. Wait, what? Oh! Oh, it's, what's his name? Wait a minute. I know that. I know what it's referencing. What?
Classic Atlas action RPG returns.
Huh?
With remastered HD graphics.
Rido.
enhanced
Oh,
gameplay.
they're bringing the Rido games back.
Set in the capital city. In
That's
the
been rumored for a hot minute. That's awesome.
Zanoha makes his living as an apprentice detective.
Man, he looks good.
Unknowns to others, he also fights alongside demons as a
Just
devil summoner.
The classic art style, just given the modern touch.
Must investigate a series
Is this a
of
full... Wait, is this a
supernatural
remaster or a full remake? I can't tell.
alongside demons
I have
you
not
summon.
seen much gameplay of those games to
Work
tell.
with your demons to strike an enemy's weak point. Then
What the
follow
hell?
a powerful attack. Cooperation is the key to
What?
victory. You can even turn opposing demons into allies. demons can also be useful outside of battle.
What the
And their
hell?
powers are helpful in finding solutions during investigations. Guide Rido through a series of strange incidents.
I assume you're the bird who gave us a call?
As he uncovers a conspiracy that will shake the capital to its core. Rido Remastered, The Mystery of the Soulless Army, launches on Nintendo Switch June 19. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo.
Wow, that's soon. Hopefully it ends up being a good remaster. I know Atlas definitely gotten some heat for the SMT3 remaster, but we'll see.
With your memories gone,
Oh,
you've
wait.
been summoned to a strange,
Wait a minute, what is...
unfamiliar
Oh, this is that Pac-Man, that weird
created
new
by a
Pac...
yellow orb known as Puck.
Oh, this. The freaking secret level Pac-Man episode.
Mysterious, maze-like world
This is very
battle
weird.
for survival.
Not even like in a bad way, just odd.
As
Like
Puck guides you on a
remaster
journey,
Pac-Man
you'll delve
as
deeper
like
into the
a
expansive
Dark
world.
Soul Scorn kind of game or aesthetic. It is so weird as hell, but I dig it.
To explore areas
Just
you couldn't reach
dark
before.
fantasy Pac-Man.
But tread lightly. The creatures inhabiting this world will prove hostile.
It's not helped by the fact that our first introduction to it was essentially, you know, a celebration. What the hell? What is that? What?
By consuming your prey, you'll
Huh?
collect resources that can then be
Pac-Man's
used
a
to
mecha
enhance your
now? Excuse me? What?
Uncover Puck's
What?
true goal. And devour enemies to survive this cruel world.
Oh, there's the Dark
Experience
Beast
a
from the
dark twist on
secret
iconic
level episode.
Pac-Man
Okay.
when Shadow Labyrinth launches on Nintendo Switch
Yeah, that's very
July
soon.
18th.
That is very soon. Okay, Dark Souls Pac-Man aside.
Rhythmic March begins.
Wait a minute, what's this?
Remasters
What?
Patapon and Patapon 2 are
Wait a minute, aren't
coming
these
to Nintendo
Sony?
Switch.
Wait, hold on. Aren't these... Oh, wait, no, they're Bandai games. I thought they're Sony exclusives originally, though, weren't they? That's cool.
For example, Patapon advances them forward. While Patapon has them attack. And if you string together combos with good timing, the Patapons enter fever mode.
I thought this was a Sony exclusive game, or did they give the rights up to do the remaster? I have no idea. Well, this was a PlayStation exclusive, though, for a while, wasn't it? Or am I tripping on that front? Y'all tell me if I'm tripping or not, because I really can't tell.
Plus, new features have been added, so you can advance to the beat of your own drum.
Oh, different difficulty levels for each of the games. That's clever. I like that.
When Patapon 1+2 Replay launches on Nintendo Switch,
Again,
July
very
11th.
soon. That's like in 4 months.
Welcome to Zephyr-Town,
Huh?
a cozy place nestled in a windswept valley.
What in the Sam?
This is where your new life begins.
Oh, is this the farming simulator? Yep. Story of Seasons.
First cropping up on the Nintendo DS system, this immersive farming and life sim has no shortage of activities to get up to.
Interesting.
Be the new farmer.
Tend to your farm while growing crops and caring for animals.
Oh, the big old cows. They look so stupid, but they're so cute. They're definitely marketable plushie material, let's be honest, chat.
As bazaar sales grow, you'll help the once famous market regain its former splendor.
Inspiring, honestly.
You can also get to know the locals
I'd like to spend more time with you.
and maybe nurture a relationship.
I can already
if you
recognize
find
the
that
voice
special
actors in this.
someone. Plus, taking advantage of Zephyr-Town's windy conditions can make travel and other tasks a breeze.
Wait, so fast travel, but how does that work?
The winds of change are coming, and your new life on the farm begins when Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar launches on the Nintendo Switch
That's an
system
odd little
August
game, but okay.
27th.
Please look forward to the latest entry in the Story of Seasons series.
I mean, sure, I guess. It definitely looks interesting, but that doesn't seem like my cup of tea.
Please take a look at this.
Alright, what do you got? Oh, wait. Metroid Prime? Already? This looks like the Prime 4 teaser. Yep. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, baby. It's time. Alright, let's see what you're up to, Samus. Come on. Oh. Whoa, wait. Whoa, what the? She purple now. You got the purple.
This is the unknown planet Vuros.
Vuros. Okay.
Samus finds a verdant jungle with a colossal tree at its center.
Okay.
In order to survive and escape this planet that she was unexpectedly transported to, Samus must scan stone figures and other relics to carve a path forward.
Oh, they're definitely taking advantage of the scanning feature now. That's going to be a proper progression mechanic now, or nah, maybe not. I don't know.
She's not alone though. Abhorrent alien creatures living in the jungle.
Oh.
Strike.
Oh, that's cool. Why does she got a gemstone in her head now? They'll probably explain that in a minute, but that's weird.
As she explores the planet, Samus is granted mysterious and ancient powers.
Is it Phazon, though? I mean, is it some type of Phazon energy? That's kind of a big reason why the Prime games as they are and how they relate to, like, I don't know, Metroid Prime and the freaking Phazon energy. She has psychic abilities now. Okay. Oh? Like the fucking Batman Arkham games and the remote-controlled Batarangs? But, like...
were these powers bestowed upon Samus?
What in the hell? How does this work in the timeline, though? Like, I'd assume this is before Fusion at least, but I have no idea.
And what will be her fate after being summoned to Vuros?
Ooh.
The threads intertwining beyond space and
Now see, if they were cool, they'd give us a Kraid boss fight in this game. I'm just saying. Coming 2025. Okay, so it's still coming this year. We'll probably... There's probably going to be like a release date trailer in the Switch 2 Direct. Oh? What is this? Ooh? New suit? Oh. Oh. Oh, that looks cool. That's a cool new suit, Samus. In the middle of the Direct, too. You figure that'd be the opener. That's odd.
Okay, let's move on to some more headlines.
Alright, let's see.
Stir up some mischief?
What?
Once upon a time, there was a drab coffee shop that transformed into a magical potion cafe.
Oh my
As
god.
the potionista of the first cafe, you'll craft concoctions for Disney villains and get to know them in a new light.
Oh shit, say less. Disney villains are like some of the most interesting characters. You love to see it.
Including Ursula and Gaston. With help from Yzma, you can upgrade
Wow,
your ingredients to
Yzma.
produce some
I don't
wildly
think she's
wicked
appeared in a lot of
creations.
the other Disney
The
villain-related
potions you make
material.
will
That's
lead
interesting that they
to
bring her in for
customer
this.
storylines, leading to different outcomes every time you play. Who knows what mischief might happen? Disney Villains Cursed Cafe launches.
Oh,
on
that comes out
Nintendo
later
Switch
today? Okay. I like it. Little social fun thing with the Disney villains. You love to see it.
Spellbinding adventure.
What is this? This looks... Witch.
Welcome to Witchbrook College, where students strive to master the magical arts.
Witchbrook
During
from
class,
Chucklefish. That
use
sounds
magic
familiar.
circles to perform rituals. Fly on brooms. and learn advanced techniques to go from witch in training to skilled spellcaster.
That's
There's also
interesting.
plenty to do outside of
I
class.
guess.
Hang out with friends at their homes.
I don't know.
Take on various
I
jobs to
appreciate
help
the
pay for
idea of
tuition.
more social lifestyle games like these, but I
Or
don't
use the
really know if
spells
they're
you've
for
learned
me
to craft
exactly.
and sell
Like, I've
original
tried
items.
Animal Crossing and a couple of other
Plus,
games,
up
but
to
I
4
don't really
players
know
can make
if
magic
this would be
together in
something for
online
me.
co-op. Explore this whimsical world on the road to graduation and beyond.
Alrighty. That's cool.
Are you ready for a spellbinding journey? Enrollment begins when Witchbrook flies onto Nintendo Switch this holiday.
I mean, it doesn't look bad. I know there's going to be people that'll probably like the game, but we'll see.
Action, adventure, and arcade games await.
Oh?
Set off on a fantastical mission to eliminate a mysterious deity.
Ooh.
In this hand-drawn platforming adventure.
Oh,
you'll
hand-drawn
explore
aesthetics.
spaces
You
on
love
the
to see it.
Where nightmares and wonder collide.
Wait, is this
Upgrade
supposed...
your trusty cane with magical parts. Then use its abilities to find your own path.
Wait, so is this like a Metroidvania? With a... Ooh, I like it. I like the art style.
When the Eternal Life of Goldman launches on Nintendo Switch this holiday.
Very fresh. You like to see it.
Celebrate the 40th anniversary of Gradius with a collection of arcade shoot-'em-up games from across the series.
I have no idea what this
Titles
series is,
include
but sure.
Gradius, Salamander, Light Force, Gradius 2, Gradius 3,
And don't forget Gradius
and
4.
Salamander 2.
Fuck!
Some titles come with multiple versions, including ones from different regions and launch.
They have an
years.
Asia version.
Plus, take the
Is it
helm
really
with a
that
brand new
distinct from the
entry,
normal Japanese
Salamander
version?
3.
Huh?
Gradius Origins launches on the Nintendo
They made a
Switch
whole
system
new
August
game
2nd.
just for
Pre-orders
this.
begin later today on
Honestly,
Nintendo
commend them.
eShop.
Gotta commend them.
Battle to the beat in Rift of the
Oh.
Necrodancer. Press the corresponding buttons
Ooh.
in each lane to
Wait,
fight
Necrodan-
monsters
wait.
in rhythm-based
No, not-
combat.
Is it
Keep the
Necromancer?
cadence going with
Like
epic
Crypt of the
boss
Necromancer, or is it
battles,
something
quirky
else?
minigames, remixed stages,
They made a
and
freaking
local
Rhythm
theme
Heaven
wars.
game out of it.
Plus,
Oh, that's
more
fun.
musical mayhem awaits in the Celeste Music Pack paid DLC. And be on the lookout for more
Oh my
DLC
god,
in
Papino!
Rift of the Necrodancer launches on Nintendo Switch later today.
Oh my god, that's silly. Is there Zelda DLC
Let's
too?
see what's in store.
If it's that serious, then I'm curious. What?
Welcome to Tamagotchi Plaza.
What?
A brand new entry in the Tamagotchi Connection series.
Oh, wait.
There are
That sounds
stores
familiar. I don't...
galore. Design glasses at the eyewear shop. Polish pearly whites solo or with a friend at the dentist. And arrange plates at the afternoon tea shop.
Interesting.
12 wonderful stores need your help. Provide good customer service to get high ratings and upgrade each shop. In doing so, you'll get to meet more Tamagotchi, making the town livelier than before. With over 100 new and classic Tamagotchi, business is sure to be booming. Get ready to set up shop when Tamagotchi Plaza launches on Nintendo Switch June 27th.
Okay. That's cool. Oh shit, Pokemon. Hi. Okay, what is the reason for you to be here? Freaking ZA already in this. That's interesting.
Welcome to Pokemon Legends ZA, a new title in the Pokemon series.
Oh shit, you could
You'll begin
levitate
your
jump like your
adventure by
Sora
choosing
off
one
of
three
buildings.
Partner Pokemon. The setting is this metropolis that also appeared in the Pokemon X and Pokemon Y games.
I will say
Lumino
this.
City.
I do like what they're going for with Lumina with this game. It definitely looks interesting. But I'm curious if we're going to be going outside the city at all for some of this stuff.
Here, we'll get a
I
glimpse
could
into the
stream
lives
this.
of the
I could
Pokemon
see myself
and people
streaming
in
this and
Lumino
maybe
City.
Legends Arceus. I have no idea. But probably this first.
Scattered all over town are wild zones.
Yeah, this is where you catch the Pokemon this time around.
These areas are special environments where wild Pokemon can live comfortably, even within the city.
And I assume you can catch them here too.
Pokemon here.
Yep. I'm also curious if we're going to be able to go outside the city, or is it just all set in Lumino City? I don't know if they said that in the Pokemon Direct either, but that's just me.
Outside wild zones too. Some of them can even be found on rooftops.
That is cool.
People and Pokemon live easygoing lives in Lumio City. But when night falls,
Oh.
the city's aura transforms. Highly skilled trainers are invited to participate in a tournament. The ZA Royale.
Ooh. Okay.
Trainers await in battle zones.
Interesting. So wait, so we'll have like a proper day and night cycle then? So that way we can mess with that a bit more?
Strike first before being seen, and you'll land a surprise attack.
Alrighty, alrighty.
During battles, using a super effective move at the right moment is key.
That's neato.
And with Mega Evolution, some Pokemon...
Alright, we're back on Mega Evolutions. I'm curious if they're going to retcon the fact that the Mega Evolutions actually hurt the Pokemon when used. Because they made that retcon in Sun and Moon, and I'm actually curious to see if they undo that here.
Who reach the top are said to have a wish granted. Day and night are
Yeah,
two
freaking
sides
Sun and
to
Moon
Lumio
decided.
City.
You know what? The director of Sun and Moon was like, I hate the Mega Evolutions. So you know what? We're going to have them hurt the Pokemon so that way players won't use them as much. That did not really help things. But it's just a weird-ass retcon. Late 2025? Alright, sounds good to me.
In Lumio City, where the game is set, the aura transforms between day and night. It seems there are even more...
It looks like there's more intensive story content. I wonder if there's going to be like proper voice acting. That'd be interesting if they do that instead of just the typical text box style cutscenes.
Hello there.
Huh? Who are
The
you?
thing you're about to see doesn't have a big, epic story.
Okay.
But what it does have is lots of funny little rhythm games.
What series is this supposed to be? Yeah, show me.
Just press the button to jump through the ring.
Okay. What button do I press? Oh, that's...
Sounds easy,
It sounds easy, yeah.
but the timing is super tricky.
Okay, so it's a rhythm
Maybe
game
you could
for,
try
like...
time to a rhythm.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this Rhythm Heaven? Or, wait, I'm confused now. What's going on? This seems like a Rhythm Heaven thing. Is this actually a new Rhythm Heaven?
In this game, you might do almost anything, but you'll need to do it in rhythm.
Ooh. Hold on.
With practice, you might even be able to play it with your eyes closed.
Yeah, this is Rhythm Heaven. I think this is a new Rhythm Heaven game.
Get into the rhythm with a brand new entry in the Rhythm Heaven series,
Yo.
Rhythm Heaven Groove.
Ooh, okay. Okay. Next year, and it's for Switch 1. Okay.
That was Rhythm Heaven Groove.
Well, that's cool. When was the last time we had a new Rhythm Heaven? It has to have been, like, what, ages, I
Includes
think.
lots of music produced by renowned Japanese musician Tsunku.
Sunku, okay.
What kinds of rhythms do you think you'll hear? We hope you're looking forward to it.
Interesting.
Next, we have news about the use of digital games on your system.
Huh?
Please take a look.
Oh god, it better not be a price increase or something, I swear. What? It better be something good.
With game cards, you can put a game featuring Mario in this Nintendo Switch system,
Okay.
and a Legend of Zelda game in this one.
Cool.
Freely insert
Also,
the
that
games
game
you
is
have on hand
ass, not gonna
into
lie.
any system you want. But what if digital games could be as flexible and convenient as game cards?
Huh?
Well, here's what we came up with. Introducing the virtual game card.
What?
In the future, virtual game cards can be used for digital games.
What? What the heck is this supposed to be?
When purchasing the digital version of the game, it will be loaded onto your system as a virtual game card, allowing you to play that title. Your digital games will be lined up as virtual game cards on a dedicated management screen. Here, you can load and eject your virtual game cards and manage which games you can play on your system.
That's interesting. Loading on a second system.
If you have two Nintendo Switch systems, you can eject a virtual game card from one and load it onto the second.
That seems very,
Now you can play this game
I don't
on
know,
the second system
complicated, I guess?
wherever and
I
whenever
don't
you
know.
want. Just as if you had
So
inserted a
essentially,
physical
it's to
game
make
card.
them, the downloaded games, more
With
private
virtual
for
game
individual
cards,
accounts?
You can freely load and arrange which games you play on up to 2 systems.
I mean, that's odd, right? I mean, couldn't you just download all some of those games on different systems already? Why trade them?
You can also lend out virtual game cards to your Nintendo
I mean, what?
account
I don't know
or
how.
members.
I don't know how the sharing thing works with family accounts and everything. But couldn't you have already have had people play the same game with different accounts, or is this just a privacy thing? This seems weird.
And you're done. They can now play on their own system.
I don't know.
You can only lend one game at a time to a particular person. Games can be lent out.
Could,
for 2
okay, so
weeks,
is this going to be like
after
you can
which they will
trade the game with an
automatically return to
actual
you.
person, or is it like you can only trade it
Making
with
digital
people in the
games
family
even
group?
easier to
That would
use.
be a wholly
Virtual
different
game card.
thing if it's like you can trade the games with friends. That would be interesting.
The virtual game card feature lets you swap games between Nintendo Switch systems as well as to Nintendo Switch 2 systems.
Interesting, I
This
guess.
feature is planned to be added via a system update in late April.
Interesting.
Let's take a look at more Nintendo Switch games.
That seems very odd, but okay. Sure, let's go with that. What are these games? Ugh. That weird Dan Harmon game with the fucking gun. High on Life. Ugh. It looks like ass, too. Ugh. Oh, what in the anime is this? Star Overdrive. My head is blocking all of that. Hold on. Let me just, remove myself for like 2 seconds. The Wandering Village. Available July 17th, 2025. Okay, what's this? King of Meat. That's what she said. Lao's Lagoon. That looks interesting, I guess. Like the art style. Fantasy Life I, the girl who steals time. Uh-huh. Interesting.
Uncover history once
Alright,
more.
we're back. What is this now?
An HD remaster of Saga Frontier 2 is
Oh,
venturing onto Nintendo
I've heard of
Switch.
that franchise.
Meet
I have not
Gustav,
seen much
the
of it,
royal
though.
heir, and Will the Explorer. Two
Gustav
heroes
and
whose
Will.
fates and
Okay.
legacies will intertwine across generations in this epic
Or Gustav and
RPG.
Weil. I have no idea how you pronounce their names, actually.
Experience the original story, along with brand new events that expand the vibrant world of Sondale.
Interesting, I guess. Okay. Again, haven't played this franchise, but it seems
Team up with
interesting.
more characters in battle. And transfer stats to allies through the parameter inherited system. After finishing the main story, you can test
The
your
ground
own
textures don't
environments
really
with
look
more
that,
powerful
I don't know,
forces.
high def, I guess?
What histories
I don't know,
will
it might
you
just be me
uncover
being
through the
weird, but
ages?
hey, it's just me. Maybe just because it's on Switch, maybe if it's on like PS5 or something, it'll look a lot more crisp.
Later
I don't know.
Money monumental adventures await.
What in the Sam hell am I looking at?
Embark on peaceful journeys across this series of beautiful
Monument
puzzle
Valley
games.
1 and 2.
Wander through isometric worlds filled with stunning landscapes to manipulate,
Interesting.
optical illusions to discover, and mystifying secrets to unfold. In Monument Valley, lead the silent Princess Ida in her quest for forgiveness while outsmarting the enigmatic Crow people. A different journey awaits in Monument Valley 2. Guide Ro in her adventure through motherhood as she and her child unlock the secrets of the sacred geometry.
Huh?
Games contain all their additional chapters.
I think I've heard of this game series before. The second one especially.
Games launch on Nintendo Switch April 15th.
Cool.
Pre-orders begin later today.
Cool as hell.
on
You love to
Nintendo
see it.
eShop. And help Noor on her journey to restore the world's light in Monument Valley 3, setting sail on Nintendo Switch this summer.
Ooh, okay. That's cool. Golf. Wait,
A brand new
that text
entry
looks...
in the Everybody's Golf series is
What?
arriving onto Nintendo
Wait, why are there PlayStation games being put on Nintendo systems now? I'm so confused.
Time your button
Everybody's
press
Golf?
just right
Really?
and
That's a
take your
Sony
shot.
series. Why on earth is it on the Nintendo for console? What?
Side spins,
Is it that
and
Everybody's
special
Golf?
shots.
Everybody's Golf Hot Shot.
In the single-player challenge mode, compete in tournaments and
What?
face off against a range of rivals to become the ultimate
I'm
golfer.
positive this is supposed to be the Sony series.
In Wacky Golf,
That's
your
just
shots
such
get
a
pulled into
specific
holes,
name.
or obstacles might
And it's
fall.
on a
It's
Nintendo
golf
system of all
like
things.
hard
Is this
with
actually PlayStation's
Four golfers
franchise? This
hit the
looks
fairway
like it.
together locally or in online play. So just
Oh,
relax
that's
and
interesting.
get ready to
It's
tee
not
off.
even like Lego
Everybody's
Horizon
Golf
Adventure.
Hot Shots lands on Nintendo Switch.
It's under Bandai. Yeah, Sony Interactive. So Patapon and Everybody's Golf is coming to Nintendo systems under Bandai. That is crazy. Like, actually, no shit. That is crazy. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
This year,
Yep, Sony Interactive. Okay. Oh, what? What the? Captain America? What the
some
hell?
of Marvel's greatest superheroes
Huh?
fight against
What is
evil.
this?
Pair up two heroes from the roster of 15.
What
including
the?
likes of the spectacular
Marvel
Spider-Man
Cosmic
and the ferocious
Invasion.
Wolverine to take on the challenge.
Ooh, whoa, wait a minute. They just... Huh?
Mix and match a variety of
We got a new
heroes
Marvel
with
beat 'em up in
amazing possibilities.
2025?
And
Really?
swap between your team of two at any time. Take advantage of your team's strengths to overwhelm your foes. Plus, up to 4 players can
Storm looking
assemble
bad even
for
in sprite
local
art?
online
Yes, sir.
co-op play. The battle for the fate of the Marvel Universe begins when
What?
Cosmic Invasion launches on the Nintendo Switch system this
Cosmic Invasion from Dotemu and Tribute.
That was
Okay, so it's not
Marvel Cosmic
Capcom
Invasion,
doing it, but like
where you
a new
battle
Marvel
tag
2D
teams
side-scrolling beat 'em up in
Next,
2025?
our
That's
last game
wild.
announcement. Please take a look.
All right, last game announcement. Is it an exclusive? Is it a first-party game? What is it? Animal Crossing? Huh? What the? Mies? Like the cell shading.
How refreshing.
What? What the? What is this? What? What? Oh!
Living the dream.
What? Yo, peep. Tomodachi Life 2 is real? Okay. That's... Whoa. Oh.
Did you want to talk?
What the hell?
Glad that was only a dream.
Oh my god. Yo, Nintendo, where the heck was this game like, what, like 8 years ago, dog? You wanted people to fuck with the Mii's that badly, you should have put this out a while back.
In the trailer, we saw Mii characters living on an island out at sea.
What?
What kinds of interactions do you think they'll have? We hope you're looking forward to it.
Okay. And it's not till 2026, alright.
Thank you for watching.
I thought there'd be a lot more of like first-party games coming out this year, but I guess they're gonna have a lot of that be Switch 2 stuff.
Our final announcement is something a little different that's not a game.
Huh?
Here's Mr. Miyamoto
Wait,
to
what?
introduce it.
Miyamoto, what? What?
Hello, I'm Shigeru Miyamoto.
Wait, what is this? What? Miyamoto, what are you doing?
Nintendo Direct.
Wait, hold on.
Since 2011,
I'm not ready.
Nintendo Direct has delivered Nintendo news directly to you.
Yes,
Now,
directly.
these
I know.
presentations have grown into an event that many people watch.
Yeah, like me. I'm
Thank you
Miyamoto.
all very much.
Love you.
We'll continue to broadcast Nintendo Direct presentations, but we're also launching a new channel based on the concept of delivering information to you directly.
Huh?
This is a smart device app called Nintendo Today,
Oh my god.
which functions like
It's a
daily
fucking
calendar.
news app.
You can view different Nintendo events. We will also be delivering all sorts of content about Nintendo games and characters
Oh,
every
wait.
day.
Okay, that's kind of neat.
After the Nintendo Direct for Nintendo Switch 2 on April 2nd, news about Nintendo Switch 2 will be delivered to you daily and directly through the Nintendo Today app as well.
Okay.
Nintendo
Is it
Today
gonna
will be
require
available
the,
to download
online
on smart
subscription,
devices
though, or-
later today.
That's interesting what they're doing
Anyone with a
with
Nintendo account
with
can
that.
use the app, so please try it out.
is it like exclusive information, or is it gonna be like?
That's all I have to share.
Wait, hold on. I'm going back. I need to see. Persistent internet compatible smart devices. Nintendo account required. Okay, it doesn't say anything about online membership, so it might be free, but I don't know. What are they? Okay.
That's all I have to share. I hope you enjoy using Nintendo Today.
That's okay. Okay.
That's all for today's Nintendo Direct. Thank you for watching.
All right. Thank you so much. Alrighty, that's the frickin' Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. Let me just get back over to here. Okay. Certainly a Direct. Okay. I mean, I obviously knew they weren't going to do too much because it was such a short Direct. But still, it was like a solid 35 minutes at least. That was nice. I mean, the Prime 4 information's nice. Tomodachi Life 2 is cool, but like that should have come out a long while ago, honestly. If I had to rank this Direct, I'd say probably like a 5 out of 10. I don't know. Just not a lot about it really grasped at me, you know? It's weird. Like, okay. Well, let's look at the thing again, just to have it. Alright, so we start off with Dragon Quest 1+2. Like, we knew about the game already, but we're getting a first look at the game. And it looks interesting. They're definitely going for a full exploration of things. Like, they wanted to show it off fully, and it's... What is it going to come out exactly? I don't know. Probably, like... I think some point this year. Then they have a spin-off for the Somnium Files. A series I really don't have any connection to whatsoever. I think a couple of my friends play it, but I really don't have any ties with it, honestly. We then go on to seeing that the Raito games are getting a... Well, I'll play the trailers a little bit just to have some background noise, but yeah, no, Raito's getting remastered. That's cool. People have definitely been asking for that for a hot minute, and you know what? Cool as hell. Yeah. It looks like a proper remaster. But let me look at the gameplay itself. Yeah, this is the actual models now. This looks more like a proper graphical upgrade remaster than just, oh, here's the same game ported with higher fidelity. Right? Like, it looks like, it doesn't look like they put it through an emulator. It's more like they properly went back and touched up the graphics for what would be the modern age. That's cool. As an Atlas fan, I appreciate this announcement. We then move on to the Pac-Man Metroidvania spin-off, which, I mean, it looks interesting. It definitely isn't going to be like the secret level episode. They're definitely doing something a bit more interesting with it. It definitely got a little chuckle out of me that Pac-Man turns into a mecha with... Yeah. Like, we literally just played Xenoblade Chronicles X yesterday, and we're bragging about the skells, and Pac-Man was like, you know what? Bet. And becomes a fucking skell himself. Or herself. I don't know the gender of the Pac-Man in this game, but who knows. Then Sony. Sony getting freaking, Alright, sorry, y'all. Had to do a thing real quick. Anyways, not gonna go too much into that. But yeah, no, freaking, okay, Pac-Man, it looks neat, definitely weird, not really too interested, but hey, it is what it is. Freaking Sony putting Patapon and, where was the other one? It was, Hot Shots, it was, hang on, Everybody's Golf Hot Shots, right? Yeah, right here, Everybody's Golf Hot Shots. Sony is putting their games onto their systems. Like, fully. Like, Chad, you need to understand this, right? We thought there was a bit of a weird glimmer with that whole Lego Horizon Adventure thing, which that game did not do well in the slightest. It bombed, even with the Switch and PC launch simultaneously with the PlayStation version. That thing didn't even sell 500,000 copies. I don't even think. It sold like 50,000. I have no idea. But they're putting Patapon. Yeah, like just straight up Patapon on this thing. Go back. No, don't tab out there now. Yeah. They got Patapon and then freaking Everybody's Golf on here. Like, it's not even new Everybody's Golf. It's a whole new Everybody's Golf game on Switch, of all things. Like, damn. That's... okay. I don't really know what to think of this. Again, just surprising Sony's putting out their games on systems. They're not games that really, interest me too much. Like, Patapon looks neat, and then Everybody's Golf, it's a nice series. I tried out the new Everybody's Golf game recently, and it was alright. I liked a lot of elements of it, but this definitely looks more like a classic Hot Shots golf game, rather than, you know, what they tried to do with Everybody's Golf, and they try to incorporate like an open worldness to it. But besides those, new farming simulator game, Story of Seasons, we got a solid, like, 3.5 minute, like, showcase of Metroid Prime 4 with no release date, which, guys, let's just be real for a minute. They're gonna save that for the Switch 2 Direct. I'm calling it now. They will have a full-blown trailer for this game ready to go for the Switch 2 Direct, and it's not even funny. It's just gonna be how it is, I swear. But yeah, no, they gave us a little tease of Prime 4, which is nice. We got a cute little Disney Villains game, which, you know, personally I do like some Disney stuff, not all of it, not a lot of the recent stuff either, but, you know, classic Disney Villain Cafe, you know, that's a cute little idea. I like that. We get a school lifestyle game in Witchbrook. The Eternal Life of Goldman. This definitely looks fun. I like how this looks, but it's cute. I don't have any buts about it. It's actually just like a cute little Metroidvania there with some unique mechanics and everything. Also, poor old man. Oh my god. We got Gradius Origin, which I don't really know much about this franchise to really make a call about it. Yeah, I don't really know a lot of details about this series. Neither do I know the specifications of the different versions, but that's just me. Rift of the Necrodancer is just funny to me. Like, we have a whole rhythm game based off of Crypt of the Necromancer, and it's like freaking, I don't know, like Guitar Hero kind of. That's what it reminds me of. And then freaking some Rhythm Heaven here and there just for the fun of it. And yeah, they're doing Celeste DLC. I'm curious if they'll eventually do, yeah, freaking Papino as well. That's funny. I wouldn't be surprised if they did a Zelda DLC with this as well, because they did do that, what was it, I forgot what it was, this Cadence of Hyrule, I believe was what it was called, where it was like a half sequel to the original game, but also a Zelda crossover. That was a cool little thing. I like that. Tamagotchi Plaza. This looks cute. Not again, lifestyle games like this are not really my forte. We got a solid like 4-minute presentation on, or not 4-minute, like 3.5-minute presentation on Pokemon Legends ZA, going into like, oh, how the nightlife will affect the game and how it will do stuff. Curious on how much of it's gonna still be like a classic Pokemon at that point, but we'll see. Might play that. Rhythm Heaven, new Rhythm Heaven. This definitely looks very fun. Coming in 2026. Way too far off, but hey, that's just me. They probably have a lot of games ready for this year that they want to show off, so who knows. This confuses the hell out of me. So, is it... I don't know the full extent of the virtual game card thing, honestly. I really don't get what they're going for with this. Like, is it going to be that you can trade your digital games with other people on different Switches, or is it only for like family accounts, or like what's the deal with that? I don't really get it. Like, I really don't. I guess it's neat that they're trying to incorporate more of a game card element of it so you can trade it with other people, if that is what they're doing, but the way they describe it here does not really sound like, oh, it doesn't really sound like they doesn't really sound like it's actually to be like, oh, here's my game card, dude, go play the game or something. It'd be neat if maybe it's like you can trade it with other people, but it's only for like a limited amount of time. So like after a good while, you'd have to give the game back or something of those sorts. It'd be like trading with your friends back in the day. Y'all know how it is, right? You'd play... Alright, picture the scenario in your head just for a minute. You're playing a game in the cafeteria. You have that one friend that really likes the games you play. So, you know, he says, hey, I have the same console. I'd like to play the game. And then you can give him the cartridge and you'd be like, oh, okay, here's the cartridge, but I want it back soon, whenever you can. That's essentially what I'm thinking this would be. But the way it's described makes it sound like it's only tradable amongst either systems that share your account or just among family accounts, which sounds very weird. Like, huh? And I don't know if that's what they're intending. It's not really well described here. They gave it like a solid... Like, they gave a solid 3 minutes in the direct, and I have no idea what it's going for here. That sounds so weird. I might have to look... I'll look up more into this in a minute, but... Yeah, no, just a very weird little thing, I guess. Let's continue.
Virtual game card. In the future, virtual game cards can be used for digital games.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to rewatch a bit of this just to get a grasp of it a bit more. Loading on a system. Yeah, sure. It sounds like they're really just trying to privatize these things more, which for some people that might be fine, but...
As a virtual game card, allowing you to play that title.
Okay, cool.
You can eject a virtual game card from one and load it onto the second.
Which again, I'm curious if that will also work with different accounts, or is it just... I'm curious if it will be like, oh, it's for different... It will work with different people's Switches, or if it needs your account specifically, because it doesn't... It just shows one me here. So again, it looks like it's just going to be with... But like, what are the chances of a person owning 2 Switches? Right? Maybe a Switch 1 to Switch 2, sure, but like... I don't know, we already have data transfer, so like, what's the point if it's not to like trade it with a friend, you know? That sounds weird to me. But yeah, no, confusing little new system mechanic aside with the digital games. Moving on, we have a bunch of smaller scale games I don't really have interest in. Saga Frontier 2, sure, maybe. Monument Valley, you know, I like that series. That looks neat. We're back at the Everybody's Golf announcement. We have a new Marvel side-scrolling game, which looks cool. And then, again, Tomodachi Life. And then the announcement of the Nintendo News app, and that's pretty much it. I'd have to say personally, out of this Direct, I'd give it a 6 out of 10. It's definitely a filler Direct. They definitely put this out there so they could just have the ascent, like, okay, these are smaller third-party games that we need to show off because our partners really wanted us to show these games off, but we don't want it to crowd up the Switch 2 Direct, so we're just going to slap them into this little Direct here, which, at that point, I'm surprised they didn't just call this a Nintendo Direct Mini, and then just save maybe, like, 1 or 2 of these announcements for, like, the Switch 2 Direct. Like, I could definitely have seen them giving a 5-minute presentation or like a 5 to 10 minute presentation on Prime 4 alone, but who knows? Maybe they're saving more Prime 4 information for the Switch 2 Direct. I could definitely see that. Tomodachi Life, you know, makes sense. They probably wanted to get this announcement out of the way too, since, you know, it'd have the time. Because let's be real, the Switch 2 is going to have a bunch of big new first-party games and even a couple of big third-party ports that would have easily have gotten overshadowed by that. Yeah, it would have easily gotten overshadowed by whatever new announcement Nintendo had cooking. And that's not really fun. You know, people have been wanting a new Tomodachi Life, so we at least have a couple of days to rest with that information that we're getting a new one. And then, you know, when the Switch 2 Direct comes out, we will have all the time in the world to fawn over the next 3D Mario or the next Fire Emblem or so on and so forth. You know, they're definitely giving us time to breathe in that regard. I don't know. Not a lot of these things interest me, but I do admit there are a couple of good announcements here. PlayStation games coming to the Nintendo Switch. That's cool. I like that they're experimenting with some of their... I like that Sony's experimenting with some of their smaller franchises and bringing those over to Switch and other platforms. That's actually kind of smart. Didn't really work well with Lego Horizon, but I'm willing to bet it might do something good for something like Patapon or Tomodachi. Or not Tomodachi, Patapon and Everybody's Golf. Let's see, Dragon Quest II is neat. Don't really care about Somnium Files. Raidou Remastered's cool. Shadow Labyrinth's Story of Seasons, no. I don't really like the Guardian games, so definitely not. Prime 4, actually nice. Nice little trailer to show a little bit more of the game. Disney Villain Curse Cafe looks cute. Witchbrook, sure. Eternal Life of Goldman, that looks fun. Gradius Origins, I don't really know that series. Rift of the Necromancer, admittedly I don't have any interest, but hey, it's cool that we're getting another Crypt of the Necromancer game, even though it's a spin-off. Tamagotchi Plaza, sure. Pokemon Legends ZA Showcase, sure. New Rhythm Heaven, that's neat. The virtual game card mechanic is confusing, and the Nintendo Direct or Nintendo Today thing is okay, neat. But I figure doesn't Nintendo already have a newsletter for their games? Why the hell would you need a new app just to show that off? I don't get it. Who knows? There might be some exclusive stuff that they'll save for like subscribers or something. I'd have no idea. Hopefully not, but we'll see. But yeah, a bunch of smaller games. Saga Frontier and Monument Valley. Admittedly, I'm not too interested in those. And then Marvel Cosmic Invasion. They're definitely just wanting to get a bunch of the filler stuff out of the way here. And I honestly wish they just called this a Direct Mini instead of marketing it as a main Direct. Like, I think people would have been fine if they did that and then just save a lot of the bigger stuff for Switch 2. I don't think it's bad. I am admittedly a tad disappointed, but I'm not upset with it. It's a cute little Direct. It has some highlights here and there. It's a solid 5.5 out of 10 for me. I think that's a solid rating for what this does. Alrighty then. Yeah, that's about it for the Direct, for this new Direct. It's about as alright as it'll get. I am curious about what they're gonna do with the Switch 2 Direct, though. They definitely have a lot of expectations going into that I'm very curious on how they'll handle it. Let me look here. I actually kind of wanna... Let me look up a couple things really quickly just so I can have the videos for later. I am gonna say, though, I am at least a tad interested in that whole thing, and I'm definitely intrigued about what they're going to show off in the Switch 2 Direct now that they just have... Now that they just really only have, like, new stuff to show, because let's be real, they're gonna have a lot of new stuff to show on Wednesday next week, and it's going to be a big thing. Without a shadow of a doubt. Let me look. Alright, let's get the Tales 2 pulled up, and I'll just keep talking about Switch 2 games, I guess, yeah. Again, I definitely like the Prime 4 showcase. Why am I on this? My bad. I've spaced out for a minute, y'all, my bad. Also freaking Avengers Doomsday. That's neato. We'll look at that here in a second. I do want to give a bit of a highlight to, let me open the text pad real quick. I want to see what we could do for a, Nintendo, hold on. Nintendo Direct Switch 2 presentation predictions. I'm sorry, my model's glitching out, dog. I have it on the, I have it on my, I have it on the keyboard. Yeah, but okay, let's actually... Let me match the resolution. I'm just opening up a simple text document to showcase a couple of things, but yeah, we're gonna have it be about... But yeah, I want to give this a little bit of a shout out now, so I can release a form like a bingo sheet for like next week's Direct early, because yeah, we don't really have much to do tonight, so I figured, you know what, let's give this a go now, just so we can have it all out of the way. And I figured it wouldn't hurt, not in the slightest. So let's swap. Let's see, will this look good? Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So, Nintendo Switch 2. Okay, let's see here. Alright, so assuming the fact that it's going to at least be on the same level of length as a normal Direct, which will be about 45 minutes, there's at least going to be a good chunk of games shown off that are very much new. I think Nintendo's going to work on filling up the rest of the year with new original first-party games to really sell the Switch 2. People in industry insiders are anticipating that the Switch 2 could potentially sell in the first year of... I need to look at the exact measurements on... In fact, hang on, let me do it on the Google while I'm here. To launch forecast. Yeah, let me see real quick. Analysts share bittersweet Switch 2 updates. They know come out June 2025. I've been saying the same thing for a hot minute, like late June, mid-July. It's definitely going to be a summer release, which will be actually insane. Okay, I'm going to pop it back over to Google for a... Where on earth is the... What? This is on Google, though. What the hell? What do you mean? Okay, it works now, I think. That's good. Okay, yeah, okay. This is just from Reddit, and it leads to the Bloomberg article. Let's see. But yeah, I don't really... Fine. Okay, sure, I don't. Can I get it? Can I... Yes, I do, but can I not? Fucking... Oh my god. Okay. Let's just look at the IGN article, because it's essentially the same information. This is the guest column from Nintendo Life, the world's most visited independent Nintendo site. The best Nintendo console ever from day one. I don't know if this is the exact Bloomberg article. Let me see. Largely thanks to Nintendo's historical catalog. I don't think it's this. But yeah, no, a lot of people are going into here. The Eurogamer article. This is the information. Nintendo Switch 2. Analysts predict $400 price and biggest console launch ever happening in June. Crazy as hell if it is actually going to be a late June release. I wouldn't be surprised, but hey, they've done crazier things. According to several Bloomberg analysts, it is expected that Switch 2 will be more expensive than its predecessor at $400, which is good. You know, the money's going to go into the horsepower of the device. Meaning we might actually get a handheld Nintendo system potentially on par with an Xbox Series S, which would put it up there with modern gaming systems, which would be extremely nice to have. But yeah, let me see. The original Switch NVIDIA's chip estimated to cost $80 per unit, while the Switch 2's chip is likely to be in the $130 to $150 range. So yeah, definitely an upgrade. I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo goes ahead with $499. I really hope not. That might be a bit too much, but who knows. Higher price point than others. Fellow analysts, yep, $100 increase in price. They'll sell boatloads of Nintendo Switch 2s in the first month in particular, almost regardless of the price. We can expect a great software lineup in year 1 from new Mario Kart and a 3D Mario after 8 years to Pokemon ZA and Metroid Prime 4. There will also be third-party support from day 1, most probably including blockbusters like Call of Duty. I agree with all of those predictions. I don't know if Legend ZA is going to have a proper Switch 2 version, but Prime 4 feels like a given. Zoo currently expects Switch 2 to release the console in this June, adding the company has a first-day inventory of 6 to 8 million units, which would make it the biggest console launch ever. As Bloomberg notes, the Switch sold 2.7 million during its first month on the market, while Sony's two most recent PlayStation consoles sold 4.5 million units in their respective first quarters. Yeah, Nintendo's definitely wanting to try to eliminate the scalper thing and just say, hey, you want to try to resell our systems because it's a rarity? Bet. We're going to put out a bunch of them there just to fuck with you, and honestly, I love it. Yeah, we're getting the Direct. That is currently the big news about that. I'm going to swap it back over to the WordPad document. But yeah, no, it's definitely looking like the Switch 2 is going to have a massive launch. And if people are saying it's going to be one of the biggest console launches ever, I have to imagine there is some big thing with it that is just not being said yet. So let's start off with our prediction list. I want to at least get this out of the way first. We know Mario Kart 9 is going to be there. I don't know if it's going to quite be a launch title per se. I mean, shit, it'd be cool if it was, but I don't know 100%. But yeah, Mario Kart 9, wouldn't be surprised if that is there. That definitely would make the most sense to have. They already showed it, so like they kind of need to. New 3D Mario, I think, is also a given. It's been a few years since Odyssey, so I'd imagine they probably have a big game in the can already that they're ready to put out for the holiday season. Yeah, Prime 4 on Switch 2 definitely makes the most sense. I don't know what exactly it's going to be. Next-gen upgrade would probably be it, I'd imagine. But that's just me. Okay, we have ourselves now. Let's see here. Yeah, and Pokemon Legends ZA, I actually don't think... bold prediction, but I don't think Legends ZA is going to get a proper... And on the Legends ZA... Yeah, I really don't think we're going to have a proper upgrade for ZA on Switch 2. The way Game Freak has been making their games for the past couple years, it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't do it. Like, yeah, it'll have, like, performance enhancements it played on Switch 2, but it's not going to have a proper version, and I'll take advantage of it from textures to resolution and all that. It'll just run better, and I think they'd be... I honestly feel like they'd be content with that. It's less development resources on making another version of the game at that point, so they might as well just bite the bullet and say, hey, we're not going to do a proper next-gen upgrade, but the game will run a lot better on Switch 2, probably with an uncapped frame rate. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Third-party stuff. Okay, I want to get that out of the way too, because I am interested. I don't know what they're gonna do for third parties. Doom: The Dark Ages coming to Switch 2 would definitely be a big win. I'm gonna put that down here. That definitely would make sense to me. I don't know what Call of Duty they'd put on here, though. That's the weird thing. Like, okay, Call of Duty. Sure, let's just put Call of Duty on Switch 2, because I don't really, I wouldn't know what they do. Would it just be Black Ops 6 they do, or would it be an entirely different game? That's the thing. I don't know. Like, I assume, right? I assume after all the BS has been going on with the last couple of, like, yearly releases for COD that they're toning it down. They confirmed this a while back. So now we're just being left with Black Ops 6. So, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if we just got a port of that. I'll put that on here. It'll just be a Black Ops 6 port. And hell, that would probably be enough in that case. But again, I have no clue about how that's going to work. What other big third-party games would make sense to come here? They've had talks about Halo coming to Switch. But I don't know how it's going to be. I don't think it's infinite. It's likely going to be the Master Beef Collection. They definitely want to take the time to market that, but they could also have had it running on Switch 1. Maybe it'll be like an enhanced version with like Halo 5 or something. That would probably be a decent excuse to put a new version of it out there, but who knows? But yeah, no, that's... Okay, we have that so far. What else could we do? Final Fantasy. I don't know what Final Fantasy they'd put on there, really. Like, okay, would they just do Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth? Or... I don't really know. Okay. I really do not know. Okay. I don't know. It'd be interesting if they did. They probably have a couple of other big... Hang on, I'll just put this here in general, because I think this definitely would make sense. Microsoft has big plans for some big, and I'm gonna emphasize this, big plans for Switch 2. As in, a lot of their games are probably going to get put on here as well. I definitely think Microsoft has it in their interest to put their games out on Switch 2 and just have a dang good old time with it. I wouldn't be surprised if they start putting out a lot of their exclusives onto it, not just Halo or Doom, but potentially that new Expedition 33, the South of the... I forgot the rest of the name of it, but that new Bayou action game that they're putting out too. I don't really know. There's a lot of things that they could do, and I'm interested to see if they do it. But yeah, Microsoft being a big supporter for the Switch 2 in terms of third party, that'd be interesting. Oh god. Chat, give me 1 second. I'm gonna just be right back. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, chat, sorry for all that. I had to check on something real quick. Anyways, let's get back to this. Again, I don't really know how much more they could potentially do with, what was I talking about? Right, okay, third-party stuff. Personally, in terms of third-party stuff, it's really gonna... Again, Microsoft, I think, will be big. I think without a shadow of a doubt, they're definitely gonna push a lot of big Xbox games on Switch 2. That, I think, would make the most sense, especially with Microsoft's plans of all this cross-gen, or not cross-gen, cross-platform stuff they've been doing lately. Switch 2, I can imagine being a big platform for them. They've talked about it before. They want to bring more games to it, so Switch 2 will probably be the chance they can to put it out there. Let's see, what else? Okay. couple Sega games maybe. They did. I don't know what big. They definitely want to do a lot for like third-party stuff, and it's hard to really predict the exact ones because, frankly, I don't really know what they do. They could potentially. Okay. I don't entirely know about that. Freaking Sega, freaking doing a lot of new stuff. I mean, that's kind of obvious. Let me put it down here. The big 3 third-party supporters will be Sega, Microsoft, and I want to say Capcom, but I don't know about Capcom, honestly. It's a weird situation with them. Like, would they port Monster Hunter... Will they put Monster Hunter Wilds on Switch too? I don't know if they could. It already runs weird on PC. How much more downgrading can they do to get it running on the Switch? Square Enix could potentially be one. I could definitely see them trying to put the Final Fantasy VII games. I'll put that down in the next tier. I mean, actually, I don't know. I think they've done later ports for it, but like, I feel like we're kind of at the point where it's gonna pass. And if it's not revealed here, then I don't really know what else they do with it. But I could definitely see Sega and Microsoft at the very least as 2 of the big third-party supporters. If I had to put down one more, just in terms of everything, maybe Activision would be under Microsoft, so I don't know if I'd count them. Ubisoft, I could see a couple of their games coming on here, but I don't really know. Oh god. I don't really know. Again, just it's very unpredictable when it comes down to third-party supporters, but here, let me try to... I need to jog my memory a little bit. I'm gonna look up... Hang on. Let me look at this really quick. Just gonna look here. Okay, so it was... Alright, Activision was 1. Arc System, Atlas, that's under Sega. I don't know how much of Capcom stuff is going to be on there, especially with recent games and all that they put out. Maybe FromSoft. Koei Tecmo's already been a partner of them, but that's not really like an independent third-party publisher. The only other one... Oh god, and I'm going to open up OBS. The only other one I could really see would be FromSoft, and that really... Hang on. Do a proper number 10. Elden Ring gets a port. Similar to Skyrim, Elden Ring is coming to Switch too. I think it would make sense if FromSoft decided to say, screw it, let's bring back some of our older games for Switch 2 and just see how it goes. It would not surprise me if Elden Ring got a port announcement at this Direct, especially since they have that new multiplayer DLC coming out. They might not put that on Switch 2. Maybe they could do online. I have no idea. But it'd be interesting if they could make that work. If not, then at least Elden Ring plus Shadow of Erdtree getting in as like a game, like the Game of the Year edition port. I'll put that down here. Plus Shadow of Erdtree. Yeah, that's probably the best way to put that. Alright, so I have those at least on deck. I've listed out what Microsoft's doing. Sega, I think, is definitely going to make sense. They have a lot of big games coming out. I don't know if all of their new upcoming games are going to come to Switch 2. I mean, obviously, they'll do Sonic. They might sneak in. They'll probably put one of their super games. I'm betting, like, Jet Set Radio will probably get that game. A lot of their super games will probably get released on Switch without a shadow of a doubt. But I don't know, will their more intimate franchises get put on Switch too? Like, I don't think they're going to showcase Persona 6 at this event. That seems more like, because of Atlas and Microsoft's deal, it definitely seems more likely that it will be like at Microsoft's like June showcase, sadly. Yeah, they did show off the Raiden remaster here, but that's a smaller scale title. I think they could at least excuse that. I don't know if they're going to do... Microsoft probably wanted Persona 6 to be like an exclusive they could share, so I don't know. let's see here. What else could they do? Yakuza potentially, maybe. They put the first game out on Switch 1, so maybe they could start porting the rest of the series over time, and eventually that could lead to them porting the newer games to Switch 2 only. Like, we get everything up to 6 on the old Switch, but then if you want to play 7, 8, and the new the new spin-off games they're doing, you might want to get that on Switch 2. I don't know. That's really the only thing I could really think of for Sega. But yeah, they're definitely going to be big supporters for them. That's going to be a big one, I feel like, especially with how the company's been working with their track record recently. Yeah. Genshin would not be a big enough announcement for this. I think that, yeah, because Genshin also has a mobile version too. That would probably run easily on Switch 1, so I don't think they'd have it be at the showcase. That wouldn't really make sense. If any Hoyoverse game were to come to Switch, they'd probably wait for like a proper normal direct to announce, or just announce it on a random Tuesday. I have no idea. I mean, for God's sake, it took them like, what, 3 years just to announce Genshin was coming to Xbox? Crazy. But, yeah. Let's see, number 12. What other third-party stuff could I bring up? They'd have to do like a big thing, right? I don't think Starfield would be one. Fallout 4, that seems too far back now. I don't know. It has to be like a big game from like 2020 onward that they want to do this solid. I'm thinking big predictions. Let me think here for a minute. A big game from like the last 3 years, just to throw it in there, because that would make, I think that makes a good chunk of sense. Maybe, I don't know. Chat, I need help with this. Come on, back me up. Back me up, bro. Come on, bro. Help me. Help. There has to be something big. Cyberpunk, maybe? I mean, Cyberpunk was made for PS4 hardware, and it runs better on newer gen stuff, so maybe that? Maybe. Elden Ring, I think, would already be a big announcement. Cyberpunk might be pushing it. Although, wait, then again, they put Witcher 3 on the first Switch, so maybe Cyberpunk 2077 is announced here? And also the DLC with it. Yeah, that and Elden Ring would be big if they got those games on there to just show, hey, this console can run newer games extremely well. It would not surprise me in the slightest. Let me think for a minute. They have those. I think that'd be a good place to leave the third-party announcements, because that's a good chunk of them. Like Call of Duty, Halo, Microsoft overall just confirming they're going to be big supporters for the Switch 2. That would definitely make a lot of sense. The big three third-party supporters being Sega, Microsoft, and FromSoft, like their games are going to be the most impactful. Final Fantasy VII Remake would be neat to see on Switch 2, and maybe they'll port Rebirth there later on, but I have no idea. I really do not. Like, or presumably, the Switch 2 will be at least as strong as the Xbox Series S, which can still run games like Elden Ring and Cyberpunk 2077 mildly well. They'd have to optimize a few things, but they could probably get Rebirth running on Switch 2, if not have it be downgraded just a little bit. That would probably be my guess for that, but I think at least saying FF7 Remake is going to come to Switch 2. Hopefully not as a cloud version, because that would really suck if they did that. But yeah, no, just Final Fantasy VII Remake for right now. Rebirth might come like a couple years later to build up the hype for the third game. I don't know what they're going to call the third FF7 Remake game. Maybe Reincarnation, Retold. I don't know. I really don't know. Okay. I think we can move on to some proper first-party game reveals. Like 3D Mario, that's kind of something people are expecting at this point. Prime 4 and Legends EA, yeah, that's already stuff we are thinking is going to be shown. Even though they already had a showcase here at the Switch 1 presentation, I think they'll be used to at least show there's going to be some next-gen comparisons between the first Switch and the second Switch, and they'll at least use those games as comparison. If not, give Prime 4 at the very least its own segment. Mario Kart 9, that's already been confirmed. Let's talk about new games. Yeah, new games. Yeah. Let's get some new games out on this shit. Let me see. New. So, okay. Let me see. I'm going to throw my hat in on this because I know this has been rumored for a while. Yeah, I think there's going to be a chance we get a new Fire Emblem game. At least a brand new Echoes game. It would make sense for them. They did this with the previous Switch, when the Switch came out. Like, same year the Switch 1 came out, the past system, which at the time was the 3DS, got a new Fire Emblem game in the form of Fire Emblem Echoes Shadows of Valentia. A whole new game that remade one of the older Fire Emblem titles. Presumably the next Fire Emblem Echoes games would be a remake of Binding Blade, and they might have it be a year one title for Switch 2 just to build up some hype for the system and its new graphical capabilities. I don't know if it's going to be a launch title. It probably won't. But, you know, an early adopters title like that would probably be something nice to get more niche RPG fans into the new console. That would definitely be a decent little sell right there. New Fire Emblem just for the Switch 2. Why not? Let me see. Oh, there's also rumors of... Hang on, I gotta add another third-party game. I lied. Hold on. People are really making Solid Delta. Yeah, people have been also saying that Switch 2 will get the new Metal Gear game on there, and I don't know how I feel about that personally. I mean, it would make sense. They're remaking Metal Gear Solid 3. You could probably do a decent graphical downscale of that and get it running on Switch 2 with ease. Whether or not it's going to come out at launch with the original version or it'll come out a couple months later is left to be seen, but, you know, people have been saying for a while that, hey, Delta Snake Eater is likely going to come to Switch 2 as well. But the actual talk about that, yeah, there's not really much information about that, so I have no idea. Yeah, Ubisoft could also have a couple games. I could definitely see them port in over some stuff, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's going to be as big, though, since their game output has not really been as big. Like, unless they're putting out the new open-world Assassin's Creed on Switch 2, I don't really know if you can consider them a big supporter. Right? Sega's games are going to be big in the next couple of years. I have a feeling those guys are going to blow up in terms of just being an awesome third-party developer. Microsoft has a bunch of teams working on a whole load of games simultaneously. So yeah, them putting some of those games on Switch 2 will be big. And then FromSoft, of all things, Elden Ring's a huge game. That comes to Switch 2, and it's already going to make a huge statement about the power of the system and the impact it should have. Cyberpunk 2077 is in the same boat. If that comes to Switch 2 as well, guaranteed, that thing's going to do big, and a lot of third-party developers are really going to go after that system. Assassin's Creed Shadows coming to Switch. I'll put it down here for now. Even though I don't have 100% faith in it, I will at least say it is a possibility. There we go. Yep, that's it. Okay. So proper number 14 is going to be Assassin's Creed Shadow, which makes sense. New Fire Emblem Echoes will be after that. Gotta at least look at a couple of other things. There's not... Yeah, Hi-Fi Rush, yeah, Microsoft being a big supporter. I wouldn't be surprised if Hi-Fi Rush got put on there, but last I checked, the IP got shifted to another studio, so could Microsoft even re-release the game for another platform at this point? It'd have to be something else, right? Someone else has to do it. The new owners of it probably have to be the ones that do that, and that might not happen for a while. Microsoft Flight Simulator, sure. Or the Ori games are already on Switch 1. Sea of Thieves, maybe. 3D Mario, Metroid Prime 4. Professor Layton in the New World of Steam. That was confirmed to come out this year. Maybe it got pushed back or something. Who knows? Rainbow Six, The Division, Starfield, Fallout 4, Diablo 4. Yeah, a couple of these games would not surprise me if they got put out, but I'm at least putting out the big stuff for now. Diablo 4 is definitely a big game. It'd be bigger if Baldur's Gate 3 got put out on Switch 2, but I have no idea, because... Hang on, what platforms are Baldur's... Hang on, Baldur's... Yeah, let me see. Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, it is on Series S. Okay, so they could potentially put that on there. I'll put it on here for now just to have one more, just one more big game. There we go. Okay. Got it. All right. Baldur's Gate 3 is another title. Very nice. You'll love to see it. Yeah, okay. I think that's good for third-party predictions. Yeah, that's a solid lineup right there. A lot of stuff to look forward to. I wouldn't be surprised if at least half of these came true, especially with how big Nintendo wants to push this system. So, yeah, probably guaranteed. Let me see. Let's look here. Okay. Let me see. A new Kirby game. That'd be interesting, but I think we might have to wait another year. I don't know if they'll show it off this year. We're talking about specifically for the presentation itself, not like, oh, what's going to be announced in like the next year or something. Like, we're trying to build out the first year of the Switch, or at least what this presentation is going to show. Kirby, I could imagine, is going to come later. Let me see. There have been rumors that a new Luigi's Mansion have been brewing. I don't think they're going to make that a launch title. Nintendo is prominently known for holding off on their games for a while, just to release them at the right time. I have a feeling if they put out 3 Mario games in the same year, I just have a feeling that it's going to cause... it's going to be a little bit of a mess, to put it bluntly. Right? So much Mario. Yeah, it's the 40th anniversary of the franchise, but I don't think that's an excuse to just have every big first-year title for the Switch 2 be just Mario games. They want to have some diversity in that. So they'll probably hold back on Luigi's Mansion, just put out the new 3D game this year. That's been cooking for like 8 years at this point. Let's see, new first party gimmick title. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I definitely think there's a strong chance they'll put out... There's not even a strong chance, a guarantee that Nintendo's going to pull out some type of 1-2 Switch type of game out their butts just to show off the new capabilities of the Switch 2's hardware and capabilities. That just makes sense to me. I don't know if it's going to be like a proper like sports game like Wii Sports, or if it's going to be like 1-2 Switch. It could be something entirely different, but I think a new gimmick title would definitely be on the first year, like, thing. Yeah, first party gimmick / new IP title. That is a better way of phrasing it, because again, it's gonna probably be something new, right? At least an ARMS-like game where it's like, we're using the system's capabilities to do something cool. Right? We're gonna do something cool, like a 3D fighting game where you have to swing the Joy-Cons to punch people, that kind of thing. That would make sense to me. That would definitely make sense. Let's put up another prediction. I think this one makes a lot of sense too. New Zelda remakes. I don't think I need to explain myself. In terms of what these could be, my money. Yeah, from Grezzo. I think Grezzo's next game is going to be a remake of both these games. Another remake of Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, but with the HD/4K potential of the Switch 2, just to make that ultra beautiful Pixar-looking Zelda game that people have wanted for years, since that GameCube showcase back in early 2000. Like, dog, you're telling me that this wouldn't be the perfect time for that? Just come out the gate roaring with a remake of one of the most influential games of all time, plus one of the most beloved sequels of all time. And for a video game, either just Ocarina of Time, and I don't think I think and maybe Majora. I think that's a better way of putting it. Because, like, again, I don't think they're going to pick one or the other. They're definitely going to do Ocarina first. but they could make it a double pack. At that point, I mean, that's definitely a possibility. They also have ports of Wind Waker and Twilight Princess they could re-release as well. I don't know when that's going to happen. They're probably going to wait a hot minute before doing that. Maybe for when the next 3D Zelda's about to come out, they'll put those out there just to say, like, hey, here's a little port of the GameCube Zelda games just to hold y'all over a couple of years longer. Speaking of Zelda, let me put down number 19. Let me just, no. I don't think this is happening. I really don't. At least not in the first year. This will likely be like a later 2026 game they put out. At least with Nintendo's track record with the Zelda remasters, where it's like they waited at least 9.5 years to put out the next remaster. I don't think they're going to jump the gun just for Breath of the Wild. It could either be as a whole original game or as just a cross-gen upgrade. I don't really think they're going to have it announced here. I really don't think so. They could hold off on it, at least with their track record. It might not surprise me, but like, I don't know. It's not going to be a major release as I think a lot of people are expecting it to. It might just be an updated version. Like cross-gen, kind of like what PlayStation is doing with Days Gone and Horizon 1's remasters. They're definitely just going to treat it as like a cross-gen upgrade if they do it. And even then, they could have it come out this year. Which, maybe might break it. But like, again, the way it's being said, I don't entirely think it's going to be a full-blown like Breath of the Wild HD or 4K re-release. It's just going to be a cross-gen port. And how to replace that, the pull first. Yeah, that's probably a better way to put it. Okay. What's else? A new Mario Party? I don't know. Mario and Luigi already got announced. I don't really know about anything else. I mean, Metroid's already gonna have Prime 4. A new Zelda game would be neat, and I think they might have something cooking for that. Mario's definitely gonna have a good showcase. It's Nintendo's Golden Boy. It makes sense. Kirby, I don't know. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. When did that come out? Was it 3? Oh, it was about 3 years ago. Damn, that's been a while. What the... Hold on, what the hell? It's been 3 years since we got... Okay, it's been well over 3 years. Okay, screw that. I'm gonna put it down here. Yeah, let's put down Kirby and the Forgotten Land sequel. I think there's a strong chance Kirby could show up here. It would make a lot of sense. That game did incredibly well, and it was a big step for the franchise. They might go a bit bigger with it, especially if it's going to come out next year, probably, which would make sense. I could definitely see it. Yeah, Kirby and the Forgotten Lands came out March 25th, 2022. Damn, that's been a while. I could definitely see them doing an early next year release for another Kirby 3D title like it, but just go bigger with it because, oh hey, we have more hardware to play around with. Let's have some fun with it. But yeah, okay, Kirby's on the list now. Gotcha. Those are really the big ones. I wanted to at least get enough more for a bingo card. So let's see here. What else could we put on here? Could Star Fox be? No. Okay, hold on. I don't think a Star Fox would be there. It'd be cool, but I doubt it. I mean, it'd be neat if they started to go into the direction of, oh hey, let's start putting up game franchises we didn't give the chance on the first Switch. Bam, brand new Star Fox. That is a possibility, but I have no idea. New Animal Crossing? There might be a new Animal Crossing. Yeah, new Animal Crossing. Yeah, freaking Animal Crossing New Horizons did so well. It would not surprise me in the slightest if they did decide to say, you know what, let's put out a brand new Animal Crossing game Although, hold on, although I have a feeling that's what the new Tomodachi Life is supposed to be. It's supposed to be their answer to Animal Crossing, at least for a good bit. I could definitely see it also being from the same developer. It's been about 5 years since we got the Animal Crossing, so maybe? I have no idea. I really have no idea. Alright, let's see here. Hang on. Yeah, I want to look up this real quick. I'm going to just hang on virtual card. Alrighty then. Just going to have that there for a minute so I can look over the article when we're done here. But yeah, okay. Chat, I need your help. Give me recommendations for Switch 2 games you want to see. For the love of God, I'm not doing this by myself. Come on. Come on already. Come on. Come on. Okay. Maybe I am on my own. I have no idea. Let's see here. Okay, so new Kirby, new Fire Emblem, new Zelda remakes. That seems like a good starter off at least already. But what about other things? Really, we just have third-party stuff, but I'm not sure. Here's something, right? New Nintendo Warriors game. Yeah, that makes much more sense. And I'm willing to bet either Xenoblade or Kirby. It'd be weird if it were Xenoblade, because we just got X Definitive Edition, but I could definitely see them announcing it and saying it's going to come out early next year, in like March or something, which, you know what? Fair. That would make sense. If not, maybe Mario. I have no idea. They definitely are going to have a new Warriors game come out. I think that makes a lot of sense. If not, some form of Nintendo Koei Tecmo collab like it will happen. Maybe it'll be more like a Fire Emblem Engage type situation where it's going to be basically a second-party game, where Nintendo lends out their first-party IP to a third-party developer and has them make a game exclusive for their system. That's kind of what I'm thinking they could do with that. But, I don't know. I don't know about that. New Sonic reveal? I don't know if they'd call it for here, honestly. I think that Sega would want it to be in one of their own presentations, or at the least in a Microsoft presentation because of the marketing deal. Although I think that only applies to Atlas, so I don't know. They'll definitely have a new Sonic game they'll definitely have a big new Sonic game, like Frontiers 2, be a part of marketing with the Switch Directs in the future, but I don't think it's going to be announced in a Switch Direct, you feel me? It'd be cool if it were, though. Okay, but other stuff. Splatoon. Okay, Splatoon. Okay. I don't know what they do for Splatoon. That's the thing. Like, are they just gonna do an enhanced port of 3, or are they gonna give us a new game? I think people have been saying for a while that a Splatoon spin-off would make the most sense. Let me put that down. Splatoon spin-off. I spelled that horrifically wrong. Sorry. But yeah, no, a Splatoon spin-off, I could definitely see that happening. I don't know. Let's see here. Something with Donkey Kong, maybe? That's been a rumor for a while. A new Donkey Kong game. That's been a rumor for a hot minute. Oh, here's one I was thinking of talking about. Another retro game. Another Retro Studios game. I'll explain the theory here later, but essentially, yeah, they were working on a game for a hot minute, but they only shelved it for a hot minute to work on Prime 4. It's probably still in one or another stage of development. I don't know if it's going to be ready for Switch 2, but hey, we'll see. Maybe they'll have a teaser for it. I don't know. Last one, just to have it out here. I don't really know. New F-Zero, sure. I don't really know. New F-Zero. I think Nintendo would definitely try to do something with that series for the Switch 2. So I have no idea. Okay, I got a good list here. I'll put on a bingo card for later. I have to check on something really quickly also. I'm gonna be right back. Alright, okay. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're okay. Just make sure I'm not gonna cause the mic to tip over. Okay, we're back. Oh god, I freaking okay, I said I was gonna be late to the freaking stream because I had work. Right? I said I had a job out of town and had to take care of that. Went to a Mexican place, got food after it was all said and done, sat for a minute, had a good time, loved the atmosphere, had some, what was it? It was a freaking burrito or enchilada, something like that, something wrapped. It was supposed to be, like, with chicken and all that stuff. Had that at, like, 6, and then, like, 10 to 20 minutes ago, I just threw all of it up. Oh, God. Yeah, no, kids, don't eat from just random Mexican places without looking at reviews. That does not end well for anyone. I showered. My clothes were freaking soaked, so I changed into PJs. Oh god. I'll be fine. Oh god, I'll be fine. Just, oh god, give me a second. Just gotta... Okay. I had to cough something up. Okay. It's fine. I'm good. Okay, I'm good. I am peachier now. I feel better. A lot more relieved, a lot more empty, thankfully. Okay. Apologies for the wait. I was not expecting that break. I just knew I was not going to be able to hold it in much longer. Let's just calm down. Let's just relax. We could, let's go for another hour. Yeah, to make up for the lost time. We can definitely go for, like, another hour to, make up for the lost time. There's a couple things we could at least react to, at least. I'm not... I really just want to I want a chill stream today, and yeah, this is not helping, but hey, we're still doing it. Okay. Oh, I just have to cough up a little bit. Probably chunks. I'll be fine. Sorry, I'll be fine. I'm not gonna worry about that too much. Let's freaking get back to the reaction thing. Okay, so in case someone new came into chat while I was gone, I haven't looked at the stream manager. Ugh, fucking burps. All right, in a hot minute, but let's see. We did map out 25 predictions for the Switch 2 Direct because I wanted to get the predictions out of the way. They're very basic ones. I'll recap a little bit just to have it here, but okay. Mario Kart 9 will be shown. It was already announced. New 3D Mario seems very likely. Metroid Prime 4 will get a next-gen Switch upgrade. Pokemon Legends ZA will not. Ports of Doom the Dark Ages, Call of Duty, Black Ops 6, Halo Master Chief Collection, Elden Ring, Final Fantasy VII Remake and Just Remake, not Rebirth, Cyberpunk 2077, Metal Gear Solid Delta, Assassin's Creed Shadows, and Baldur's Gate 3 will be announced. At least I think. Those titles will definitely be big hitters, and if Nintendo wanted to push hype for the Switch 2 as like a proper next-gen system to have some sort of competition with PlayStation and Xbox, this would definitely be what they're doing. This is definitely how they'd handle it. In terms of first-party stuff, we mapped out at least 10 predictions. Besides the new 3D Mario, but I think everyone was already saying that, so I can't really confirm. Fire Emblem and Zelda remakes. Some sort of new first-party gimmick title, which that seems like more of an obvious in the 3D Mario game. Enhanced ports of older Switch 1 games, possibly including Breath of the Wild, which would not surprise me, but again, that's... I could buy that, honestly. Kirby and the Forgotten Lands sequel, it's been a long enough time between Kirby games, they probably have a sequel ready. It might actually come out on Switch 1, I have no clue, but making it a Switch 2 exclusive and have it come out next year, that would also make sense. A new Warriors game, possibly a Xenoblade or Kirby Warriors game, or maybe they go back to Zelda or Fire Emblem for something new. Splatoon spinoff, people been talking about one. I don't know what they do. I'm not really counting on it, but it would be cool. Best case scenario, Splatoon 3 gets an enhanced port, but that's really all I could see happening with that. New Donkey Kong, possibly. That's been rumored for a hot minute. Did that actually amount to anything, or was that just... I actually don't think I can count that, because that technically could have just counted as country return, so I'm not gonna... Alright, I won't count that. And then I put as to the balls your predictions, the annual, what about a new F-Zero game, guys? That'd be so cool. Let me actually just show some space. Yeah, there we go. A new F-Zero, guys. That'd be so cool. That kind of thing. And then another Retro Studios game, because they were obviously working on something between 2015 to 2020 when they took up Metroid Prime 4's development, so... Yeah, no, there's possibly a Retro Studios game that just got put on the shelf until Prime 4 was finished, or it's in a good enough state to where Retro can properly show it as a Switch 2 exclusive. I'm gonna... Hold on. Hang on. Reggie is... May... Retro Studios... picture. Yep, let's okay, I'm gonna swap it over to there we go, we got it on. Okay, but yeah, this was what I'm talking about. Retro Studios might actually have some sort of new game planned outside this. This is currently an unknown thing, but yeah, no, there's possibly some sort of robot character that's gonna be a part of a new game that Retro was at least working on when Reggie was still at Nintendo. Let me see. He said that he wouldn't have shown the port, but he did say that the character was a personal and sentimental drawing of a character that the Retro Studio team did for him. And the president of Retro, Michael Clawberg, who is a good friend of Reggie, made him promise not to show it to anyone because it had an inside story that he committed to secrecy about. Reggie confirms that he did put that Mario statue there on purpose because he didn't want anyone to know what his character was. I wouldn't be surprised if Reggie ended up pitching a game to Retro. At least from how this looks, it'd be cool. I don't entirely know the full story behind it. It definitely doesn't look like there's much of a... The silhouette is very hard to read. I don't know what it could be. Something personal and sentimental. Maybe it's a game Reggie had the actual insight on. I don't know. But I do think Retro definitely had something cooking that they could come back to either after Prime 4 or something that's far enough along to where it's like, okay, yeah, we can show it off and say it'll come out in another year or two. I don't know. I just know they had something working on it. I'm going to put out there that they might show something else off because I really don't know what else they could show. It might star that robot, but who freaking knows? Back to here. I'm putting another Retro game down as I think that'd be very funny. Luigi's Mansion, they could, but I feel like that's going to be an announcement for next year, not really here. A new Mario Party? They just revealed the new one that came out already. They confirmed the new Mario Party that was coming out, right? I'm pretty positive they did. Okay. There's not really as much as you'd think there is, but I definitely want to say that there's at least a good chunk of games that Nintendo has the potential to show off for Switch 2. Hang on, let me just... I just want to know some two games, yeah. Yeah, new Xenoblade. I already put down the Warriors game. I don't think we're going to see another game from the franchise for a good minute, at least another 3 years until they're just ready to reveal either Xenoblade Warriors will probably be the closest one. They could say that that's been in development for a good minute. If not, the next title would either be Xenoblade 4 or a Xenoblade 2 remaster. I already said this on a previous stream, but or literally yesterday's stream, but yeah, there's a chance they could have a Xenoblade 2 remaster ready for 2027 if the track record of them porting over the games is anything to go by to new systems. So like an enhanced version of 2 with more in-depth and redone graphics, some tweaks to gameplay, a few other things. I don't really know, just a lot. I don't think we're going to get a major Zelda for the Switch 2. I feel like Tears of the Kingdom was meant to be that, and they might just have remasters for it ready to go, or at least an upscale of it to go when it is time. But I have no idea, honestly. But yeah, a new Pikmin game? That it would be way too soon. The last game just came out last year. They're not going to show a new Pikmin game. There's no way. There's no way. I can't... Okay. Maybe not a Xenoblade game, but just a new game from Monolith Soft. Monolith Soft has had a new IP, I think, at least in the talking phases since 2017 or 2018, right? They've had something, some sort of new title that they've been talking about, right? There was a job listing a while back. I could pull that up too. Let's see. Monolith Soft new IP. Okay, let me just hold on. OG listing of action game with a concept art. That's just the image. Take me back a hot minute, please. I'll just look at a bunch of the images. Yeah, okay. God dang it. Okay. There we go. Okay, we got it here. So, yeah, there is definitely a new IP being worked on Monolith Soft outside of Xenoblade, at least for right now. I'm looking at, let me find a good... Oh, God. Okay. So, next game. I don't think it's a spin-off of Xenoblade. It looks a lot more medieval. But I also don't know what it is. I do believe this will be the next major Monolith Soft release. It definitely feels more in line. I don't know what it would be, though. Is it going to be like a Zelda spin-off? Like, are they going to be making like a Zelda spin-off in the same world as Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom? That'd be crazy. This was lower res artwork, but yeah, this big piece of artwork doesn't look like anything that belongs to the Xenoblade franchise, so who knows? But yeah, this one image of a girl has been floating around the internet since she's been floating around the internet since 2018, and Monolith Soft said, oh, they're doing a new game. They also even said the next Xenoblade was going to be a majorly different game, but I don't think this is Xenoblade 4. This seems like a wholly different game that they, at the very least, had concept art to show off. Like, the vibe I get from this is different from this. But I could also see it being part of the same world. It's so weird. It's likely going to be this knight and potentially this character might be the same, or if they aren't, they're likely closely related. I don't really know, but a new Monolith Soft IP, that would be a big thing for Switch 2. They just wait on that for a hot minute. That would make a lot of sense. Let me see, and this is just a repeat of that. Has 2 project notices on the website. How recent is that? Hold on. How recent is that? 2018. Okay, so they were likely working on Xenoblade 3 and this game at the same time. But this one's going to be very different, apparently. It's from Stealth back in 2018. Jeez. Monolith Soft has 2 project notices on their website. One for the game everyone is speculating is new IP, and the other for what is likely the next Xenoblade game. Yeah, that last one was definitely true. Could the game on the left be related to Zelda? I mean, aren't those Triforces on the pillars besides the alcove? That could be, or is it just wishful thinking? It'd be crazy if it were a Zelda spinoff. It would not surprise me if it was something Zelda related. I'll put that down here. New Monolith Soft IPs. Hang on. Yeah, that probably is the better way to put it. Yeah, Monolith Soft's next game, new IP or a Zelda spinoff. It'd be crazy if it were, but again, concept art wise, it doesn't seem like it. Like that. Okay, I'm gonna look at this artwork real quickly in this image. This right here does not seem like something from Zelda. It doesn't. Oh wait, what? This is from 2011. Never mind. Okay. So that's even... Wait, so is it still related then? What? How long has Monolith Soft been developing this? Okay, this is an article from 2023. Yeah, Monolith Soft working on a medieval fantasy action game of sorts. It's been... Wait, how long in development could this have been worked on for? Call for experience in action game development, ambitious product that differs from the brand image of Monolith Soft, aiming for a work to be sent out to the world, a friend who can challenge together. These words will stay on the page until a year later, where they'd be replaced by another line saying that they were looking for people with experience in action games. The interesting thing is that this website still alongside other recruitment ads for Zelda, since Monolith's been co-developing the main Zelda games alongside Anuma since Skyward Sword in 2007. These recruitment drives to send 150 employees to 272 today. Finally, there's been recent findings showing that whatever this game is, they're still working on it, and it therefore hasn't been cancelled. Action game for Nintendo Switch. So at least since 2021. And they're looking for a game designer. So that it's been in development for a while. Likely in the background with yeah. It's been worked on for at least a year plus before Xenoblade 3 came out. Been working at least since mid-2017 on a new action IP. Likely just developing concepts and stuff. But what the hell is it? I don't think this is a Xenoblade. I doubt it. It's so... Xenoblade has definitely been on the fantasy side of things, but it's been more sci-fi based. This does not... Nothing about the concept art I'm looking at screams sci-fi at all. It's so so medieval, right? Almost dark fantasy like in some place. Like you could see it being like that, but I have no idea. Oh my god, I have no clue. Yeah, likely an action game. I would not be surprised if that was what this ends up being. Just freaking... Yeah, just a new IP from Monolith Soft. Would not surprise me. Okay. So, if not a new Xenoblade, definitely a new IP from Monolith Soft that's been in development for at least... potentially 4 to 7 years at least. They probably have had concept art going for the game for a while, and then, well, they did this, so I don't know. At least 7 years. I think slow but sure development for 7 years. Okay, and then I said a Splatoon spinoff. I don't 100% believe that anymore. I have a strong feeling to believe that that may or may not happen now, but who knows? I've been proven wrong in weirder cases, but something... I don't know if I'd count it as a Switch to Direct thing, especially since likely it'd be like a smaller scale game like some of the Kirby eShop titles. I don't know if they'd put out a full Splatoon spinoff per se, unless it were like I don't know. Already brought up another Retro Studios game. I honestly don't believe we're going to get another F-Zero. I'm sorry, chat. I wanted to be funny for the meme, but I have no idea about that whatsoever, and I doubt it. What has Nintendo's developers been up to? Let me see. Looking up a Wikipedia page. They definitely have game development subsidiaries, yes. Don't know if I'd count them. That's from 2 years ago, so I doubt it would be as relevant as as relevant as it would seem. A new Camelot game. I have no idea what they do. I really don't. Bandai's likely working on a new action game for Switch, potentially a Kid Icarus remake. I don't know if I'd say that's worthy of being put in the Switch 2 Direct, but yeah, they'd likely wait a bit on that. That seems like something they drop on Twitter one day and just give the entire like cultural zeitgeist a heart attack that, oh shit, Kid Icarus is coming back. What the hell is this? There are 3 developers outside of Nintendo's usual partners in deep discussion with Nintendo about creating games using Nintendo brands. What? Here's the thing. Lots of AAA companies skipped the Switch altogether. They saw the failure of the Wii and the Switch would be underpowered and decided it wasn't worth the effort. But now, after the monumental success of the Switch, the same companies are probably kicking themselves around and are wanting in on the early on the system. The interesting thing is, with this report, it is not just big companies winning their games on Nintendo now, like COD or Assassin's Creed. This is companies actually wanting to make Nintendo brand games like Ubisoft with Mario plus Rabbids. So, okay, so basically it's possible that just other developers are going to come in and make these games. And according to Christopher Dring, I have no idea who that is, there are 3 developers outside of Nintendo's usual rings that are in deep discussion with Nintendo about creating games using Nintendo brands, and this has been in discussion for at least a year. I'm not going to put it up on screen because I can't really verify the source, but it'd be interesting. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Okay. Let me just... Yeah, they're focusing on the Switch 2 console, likely. Let's see, what's this? I don't know if they'd announce a new Mario Sports. That'll probably come later. They're definitely going to want to give a lot of time to some launch games. You know what? I'll put a Kid Icarus Uprising on here just because. That would be a ballsy fucking... Well, actually, no. I don't think HD would be the right word for it. It needs to be... Not Definitive Edition. That seems mocking in this case. I don't know. Just a freaking... remaster / remake. I have no idea. They'd have to change a lot of mechanics with the original game to get it running on Switch 2. I'm gonna put it down here at least so that way we have it for later. But let's see what else. Kid Icarus Uprising Remastered. That's something we have. Okay. I'm gonna leave that one there. I think that one actually has a decent chance of happening, even if it's very slim, very slow. I don't. Yeah. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, go for one more. I don't really know. I mean, there's been a good chunk of rumors about stuff, but like... Nintendo Switch 2. Okay, what's this from NeoGAF? Insider Gaming. Switch 2 will have a 3-phase launch plan for its games. Let's see. One such discussion around the Switch 2 launch, which, according to people that I spoke to at the event, falls in June. that's not all. According to various sources, the Switch 2 will launch its games in a three-phase strategy, starting with primarily first-party games on launch. The second stage will rise in October and November for third-party studios, most of which are expecting dev kits to be sent in June. Finally, it was said that the third phase for games will be in the holiday period. In addition to talking of three-phase launch strategy, also learned that select media and creators will be attending Switch 2 hands-on events next week, where they'll get hands-on with the console and some of its launch games for a few hours. Yeah, kind of expected, not gonna lie. Launching primarily with first-party titles is wild. I don't think that means it's just gonna be, oh, Nintendo's gonna front-load all their first-party games. It probably just means they're gonna have a heavy first-party lineup at launch, but they'll still have like a game or two for the holiday season. So like Mario Kart 9, Fire Emblem, Metroid, and then on the holiday they'll do... In the holiday season they'll do the new 3D Mario. That makes sense. I don't really know. There's just so much stuff to consider, dog. It's not even funny. And we could give an in-depth look at hardware possibilities. Here, the Joy-Con can be used as a mouse, and on top of that, Switch 2 will have an internet browser and a new Miiverse-like app. Put that down there for right now. 27. Yeah, just going into different things. Other things. Let's see. What other hardware things could they really show off? I mean, yeah, they have the freaking news app and everything. Nintendo split in. They're gonna do the freaking... They're just gonna have an app for each individual service. You have one for news. You have one for Miiverse. You have one for eShop. An eShop app would actually be kind of sick. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm gonna put that down. eShop. Oh, app. That'd be crazy if they did that, and I would not be surprised, especially with the recent announcement they did have with the freaking yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, especially with the freaking announcement of today's Nintendo Today app. An eShop mobile app would definitely make sense. I don't think they're going to announce any expansions to Nintendo Switch Online services. I mean, they might do something, but I'm not really going to touch upon that. That doesn't really make sense for me to do. Let's see here. What could they do? They could... There's no real indication on if they're going to use, like, haptic triggers. I don't think so. Let me put it down in Nintendo Switch 2 won't have haptic triggers / feedback of any kind. It'll still have the rumble feature. On top of that, let's see what's something else they could do. Let's see, what else could Nintendo have for Switch 2? We already saw the actual hardware, but it's only about like what's inside the hardware that matters. Maybe a redone UI, I think, is a likely thing. I don't really think they're gonna keep the UI of the first one. It would at least be comparable to the PS5. They might adopt that style, actually. Who knows? Let me see. I don't really know what else. I mean, and I think we all know that it's going to have some sort of upscalable feature. It might, maybe, I don't know. I don't think it's going to have a feature where you could do a dual screen play with the dock. I don't think that's going to be the case. That doesn't seem right, at least for this. They could do it for maybe the Switch 3 in a couple years, but I don't know. I don't think it'll be for this one, though. That doesn't really make much sense. Let's see. Nintendo Switch 2 won't have haptic triggers or haptic feedback like the DualSense controller. I really don't think that's going to happen. Not even, maybe for the Pro controller, but like, that's going to be very situational. And mostly for third-party games who are probably already going to downscale that feature for Switch 1 anyways. Media apps, maybe? Because they have the internet on here now, that probably makes sense, but I don't... That'll probably come later. I don't know. I don't think that's going to be the case. Maybe they'll remove the need for the voice chat app. I could see them trying to do that. Maybe. Yeah, you know what? We'll put it in here. Nintendo won't require a mobile app for voice chat. And I get why they had it for Switch 1. They didn't want kids to go on a match of Mario Kart and have a grown man shout racial slurs at them as they lost a race. I get that. They wanted to gatekeep it a little bit to just the hardcore peeps. And hell, that probably is a good thing. But hey, it's a dumb feature, and honestly, you could just disable it if you have parental controls. Which they will probably keep that app around at least, because that is kind of helpful in many cases. Let's see what else. And finally, one more thing. The 30th prediction for the Switch 2. Pricing. I think a price prediction would be make the most sense, and a release date thing. Nintendo Switch 2 will cost. I'm betting $400 on this because that makes the most sense. And will launch late June to early August. Basically summer of 2025. It's a weird thing to have a console launch be in the summer, but again, the last time that happened, I think, was it was a Sega console that did that last, and it was the only one that did that. But yeah, we have our prediction list right here, and I will likely apply this all to a bingo card at some point in time for the Switch 2 presentation, but yeah, that's pretty much all I can really add to it. Again, there's definitely a lot of stuff here. I'm very interested in seeing what Nintendo ends up doing, though. Again, I think it's going to have a lot more third-party support. They will likely have, later this year than all of next year, be big with a bunch of third-party game ports, like the ones I've mentioned here. But they'll probably announce them during the presentation, say, hey, this is coming. Stay tuned. But yeah, they'll have a good chunk of first-party games to announce this as well. They want to have at least one cult game, and then maybe one experimental new IP to come out, just to draw in hardcore Nintendo fans, and something new and exciting to draw in new players. And then they'll have a good chunk of their old IP sprinkled throughout it just to spice it up. Like, they'll do a remake of maybe Ocarina of Time to show the jump in graphics quality, because they're going to have a whole new graphics card that will have, like, AI upscaling and up-resing. Having a version of Ocarina of Time that looks like a Pixar movie running at 4K 60 frames per second would be immaculate. And I don't mean like a new Pixar. I mean like late 2000s to 2010s era Pixar in terms of just super beautiful, crisp visuals. They'll have a remake to show off the graphical capabilities much more. Zelda, I think, would make the most sense. Fire Emblem Echoes would also be neat, but hey, that's just me. I'll put that down here just to emphasize maybe Echoes, because I really don't know if it's going to be that or something else. We will see. But yeah, they're going to do that. Probably a new Kirby game to have the more casual audience get invested, you know, that you kind of would want to do that. they'll have a new Warriors game to draw in hardcore fans of a very specific franchise into the Switch too much more. They're going to have casual fans all over this thing with Mario Kart 9, which might be a launch title. I'm going to put that down here. Might be a launch title. That'll be my big prediction for that. It'll be a launch title for the Switch 2, or at least a title that comes out in like the first 2 months of launch. New 3D Mario holiday for holiday 2025. Yeah. Yeah, and again, they'll have a couple of other games. We have more risky territory, but I think at least the new Monolith Soft IP is a guarantee. New Warriors game, that's a 50-50. Another retro game, I'm putting at least a 20% on that. It's very much a crack-headed theory, but hey, there's some roots in it. And then Kid Icarus Uprising Remaster. Bandai Namco is supposedly working on a new action game that's supposedly going to be a remake. Hold on, let me look it up. Bandai Namco Kid Icarus. Yeah, this was announced in 2023. I don't know how much of it's changed. Hold on. What's the, Okay, I can't get a thing on here now. What the hell? Oh, come on, man. What the hell? Can't fucking get it working now, really? Hang on, give me a second. This thing's being weird. There we go. That's better. Okay. New job listing reveals that Bandai Namco is still developing a Nintendo remaster. And people are assuming it's Kid Icarus. It is a rumored remaster of a 3D action game with Nintendo, and it's rumored to still be in development. Last year, a mysterious job listing emerged suggesting that Bandai is developing a remaster of a 3D action game commissioned by Nintendo, likely based on one of the company's previous beloved titles. It appears that this title is still in development as a new job listing that has appeared. A remaster of Kid Icarus Uprising could take a potentially 2 years. Right, and presumably this thing's been in development since like late 2022, so maybe it'll be ready for Switch 2, who knows. Bandai and Nintendo have had a strong relationship as both publisher and developers, and yeah, most prevalently with Smash Brothers, but also some Pokemon stuff. They were also, the Singapore studio was also the original developer of Metroid Prime 4 before being taken off the game in early 2019, and then it was given to Retro later that year. Yeah. Given Bandai's strong history of collaborations, yeah, if Sakurai is working on a new game, which I'd assume would be a full-blown new game, then, you know, maybe they're doing both. I could definitely see them co-developing a new IP with Sakurai and then doing the remaster, or maybe Sakurai is helping out a bit with the Kid Icarus Uprising port because it maybe like the Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Editions, it'll have some new story content in it, who knows. I'm getting my hopes up, but I do think there's a chance. At least a 30% chance, maybe a 45% chance. Yep, since there's not many... Yeah, while there's no concrete information driven from job interview, they can make a comeback. Many people are assuming that it's Kid Icarus, mainly due to the fact that the game was developed by Smash Brothers Sora Ltd, and the game was directed by Smash creator Masahiro Sakurai. To add further fuel to the speculation regarding it being the game in question, Sakurai recently teased it sure would be nice to play Kid Icarus Uprising on a home console. I wonder if someone out there will ever port it. Which could have just been an offhand comment, but considering the fact Dog made that entire YouTube video series back in 2019, 2020 in time for the pandemic, it would not surprise me that bro had, I don't know, maybe that got, I don't know. Since all those videos were revealed to have been pre-recorded years in advance, it wouldn't surprise me if he has a little bit of information on that now. Yeah, it was the original Kid Icarus Uprising for 3DS was built around the system's touchscreen control to control the camera in a 3D space. The control scheme was so bizarre that Nintendo even launched the game with a stand peripheral for the 3DS in order to make the playing experience more comfortable for players. A Switch port would likely mitigate this issue. I had someone in the chat say last stream that a Kid Icarus Uprising port would be bad, would not work because there's a flicking mechanic you have to the camera. I have to disagree. Dual analog sticks for a game like Kid Icarus Uprising would be amazing. And yeah, a new Bandai Namco remaster, that thing could take like 2 years to probably do properly. Like, presuming it's at least to get the controls down right, that could take a hot minute, but that shouldn't be too long if it's just one set character that goes through all the stages and stuff. But they also have graphics. And again, if they're remaking the whole game, I'd say at least 2 or 3 years would make the most sense for it. They might have it ready now, who knows? But it would make sense. But yeah, I'm putting Kid Icarus Uprising as the game on this list. I'm not really changing that. I'm going to save the file as switch to direct predictions. And just put a space in that. Save it to desktop for later. Okay. Now, we can at least put that to rest. The Word document has been put to rest. Now we can actually just vibe and watch videos now. I definitely need this. There's a lot of things to talk about. Gonna get a swig of water. Hold on one second. Oh god, I needed that. Okay. So, let's start off with Avengers Doomsday. Before we do that Tales 2 thing like I promised earlier, this was a weird freaking stream. Right? Over the course of 5 hours, they slowly revealed a bunch of actors' chairs, essentially to tease the cast for Avengers Doomsday. And it revealed like 17 actors. We're gonna just go through it a bit, but yeah, when you're watching this with me, just imagine for a second this taking place over the span of 5 hours. Could you imagine watching this slow-ass crawl reveal of chairs for 5 hours? I didn't think so. Ugh, did not mean to do that. Let me go back a bit. But okay, Chris Hemsworth's Thor, Vanessa Kirby, who plays Sue Storm in the new Fantastic Four movie, Anthony Mackie, Sam Wilson, aka Captain America, Sebastian Stan, aka Bucky Barnes, Letitia Wright, aka Shuri, the new Black Panther, Paul Rudd, aka Ant-Man, you know, those guys are expected, Wyatt Russell, U.S. Agent, Tanuk Harut Maja, I have to look up who that is, hang on. I have to look up who this... Oh, Namor. I'm dumb. It's Namor. My bad. But yeah, weird that he's going to be back in an Avengers movie. Very odd choice. Then again... God, I hate that expand or the shrink thing with the I button. I will say this, though. If this film is going to partially adapt Time Runs Out, which was the prologue event to 2015 Secret Wars... Bro is going to have a very interesting role to play in that if it stays true to the book, but we'll see. Ebony Moss, who is playing the Thing in the new Fantastic Four movie coming out this July. Simu Liu, aka Shang-Chi. Florence Pugh, aka the new Black Widow. Yelena, yeah. Kelsey Grammer, Beast. Freaking Beast is going to be coming back. Louis Pullman, I actually have to look this one up. Louis Pullman, who, wait, freaking, oh, Sentry. Yeah, I think, yeah, he's playing the Sentry in the, yeah, in the new, Thunderbolts movie. Right, forgot about him. My bad. Denny Ramirez, yeah, the new Falcon, I believe. He was in Captain America Brave New World. I heard the movie was not that good, but hey. Joseph Quinn, aka Johnny Storm, the new Fantastic Four. David Harbour, aka Red Guardian, who is also in Thunderbolts. Winston Duke, aka M'Baku from Black Panther. I'm surprised M'Baku's going to be a part of this. Like, they announced him this early. Damn. That's cool, though. My man is coming back, and he's going to be coming for blood. Or maybe he'll be the one that gets blooded up. I have no idea. Probably the latter. We'll see. Hannah John Kemp. I have to look up who that is. I think I forgot. Hannah John Common. Oh, Ghost. Well, that confirms she survives Thunderbolts. Okay, I figured they would have found a way to kill her off, but okay. Tom Hiddleston, Loki. So yeah, that Thor and Loki reunion is probably going to happen in this movie. If not, I'm going to be very upset. Patrick Stewart is coming back as Professor X. Love to see it. Ian McKellen is back as Magneto. Hell yeah. Alan Cumming. That's freaking Nightcrawler. That's Nightcrawler from X-Men 2, X-Men United. They're bringing back the Fox X-Men in such detail. Oh my god, that's immaculate. You love to see it. I hope it isn't going to be like Kelsey Grammer's Beast, where it's like, oh, they made him look completely different because, oh, it's a more comic accurate design. And also, like, Kelsey Grammer is kind of getting a bit older, so putting him in makeup is not the best idea. You could definitely do more the prosthetic makeup with Alan Cumming. Maybe get him more vibrant yellow eye contact lenses, but like his Nightcrawler was pretty good in that movie. And for people who don't know, I'm gonna pull this up here. But yeah, no, right here, freaking yeah. His gayest film. Hey, he's real for that. But yeah, no, that's freaking Nightcrawler right there, dog. You should probably find a... That probably works better, yeah. His Nightcrawler is definitely interesting. He didn't really get much screen time, but I'm actually kind of surprised he's going to be back for it. That seems like such a draw. And, oh, damn, spoiled it. But yeah, no, Mystique's actor from that movie, too, is also going to come back. Rebecca Ramoon, I believe, yeah. Wonder if they're actually going to have that be like, oh, those two are actually son and mother, as it is in the comics. Who knows? Alright, James Marsden! Cyclops is back, nice. And Channing Tatum as Gambit. Oh my god, guys, that's... The fact that they straight up confirm with that Channing Tatum is the main universe's X-Men with this movie, you gotta love to see it. It does give more ties to Deadpool and Wolverine, because now Bro does get to officially come back, but I don't know, it's very cool. This has to at least confirm that Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman will be part of the movie as well somehow. It has to confirm that, because how the hell would it not? Channing Tatum, Pedro Pascal, a.k.a. Mr. Fantastic, and of course, our boy, Dr. Doom. Easily, yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's it. Now, this isn't the full cast, because let's be real here. You're making a movie that's more expensive than Infinity War. Yeah, that's not even a third of the cast. Well, actually, it probably is a third of the cast, but, like, there's definitely more people. Let me go on. Hang on. Let me go to... I'm going to pause down here for a minute, just so I can look this up properly without doxing myself or, I don't know, exposing something I shouldn't. Let's see here. Avengers Doomsday. I have to look up the thing for him. Yeah. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, they showed off 17 of the cast members, which does include the whole Fantastic Four. So that at least shows that they're gonna have at least some prominence in the story. I like to think that helps confirm it. But so far, that's all that has been confirmed by Marvel themselves, and hell, they even confirmed a couple new ones. We're getting Channing Tatum Gambit in this movie. And that's cool as hell. It's a These two Avengers films are going to be the celebration of Marvel. It only makes sense. I imagine... Let's see, I need to find Discussing Films' page. There we go. There are the guys. They're the guys. Yeah, they're the guys. I just need to find yesterday's thing for this. Because, yeah, no, there's definitely a few things. Okay. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're going to put it back on the main screen now. Okay, so here is the page, right? This is major MCU stars are not included in Avengers Doomsday cast. what I'm going to do is I'm going to run down this entire list and just confirm or at least make predictions about who's going to be in the story. Alright, let's start off with Chris Evans. Bro was rumored for a hot minute. Him and I think Scarlett Johansson were at least being rumored for a hot minute. I don't think they're going to be in this. Like, if Chris Evans does show up, he's going to appear as Captain America. Like, maybe he was, like, midway through returning the stones, but then he got wind of something. And so he jumps ahead to the future a bit as, like, old Cap and sees, oh shit, Tony Stark's turned evil somehow, and he's also alive. What the hell's going on? You know, that might be a way how they bring him in. That would make sense. And hell, him fighting Wolverine or somebody else would absolutely be a scene for the ages. If they're really going to do this film, you're not only... This film has just a ginormous task. I wouldn't be surprised if it was more than 3 hours. They not only are going to be adapting Time Runs Out, which is a ginormous story about the incursions and the ultimate battle for survival of all the Earths in the multiverse, they're likely adapting Avengers vs. X-Men in some capacity, even if it's just for a little, like, couple scenes here and there. And then they gotta introduce Doctor Doom and explain his whole backstory and how he's related to Tony Stark and all this, because they share the same face. I need another swig of water, hold on. God, I get parched easily. Okay. Let's look at other actors. I could see Chris Evans coming back. That's 50-50. Haley Atwell, I really don't think they're going to bring her in. I honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if they did, but like Captain Carter is not really the most beloved character right now, and I could definitely see them having removed her from the script. Maybe they do bring her in, and I think it honestly would make more sense for her to be in Secret Wars than it would be to appear in Doomsday. Like, I think at least 6 characters from this list could appear in Secret Wars, but not Doomsday, but that's just me. Okoye, yeah, if they brought in Baku back, they'll definitely bring her in. Star-Lord, 50-50 on that one. He's kind of seemed like he's retired at this point, so, like, I don't know how they could bring him in at this point, unless the other Guardians come back, but, like, that'd be a whole other discussion. They likely will. Reasonably speaking, they likely will bring the other Guardians back, but hey, that's a possibility, and then maybe Star-Lord gets recruited with them, who knows. Charlie Cox is Daredevil. This is a very tough one. I think he could appear for a bit, but I don't think he's going to play a major role. He'll likely appear with Spider-Man since... Or I don't know, actually. That's another thing, too. Is Tom Holland even going to be in Doomsday? Rumors are now saying that Avengers, Doomsday, and Spider-Man 4 are going to take place at the same time. So Tom might not be the Spider-Man of this movie. It could be Tobey Maguire or Andrew Garfield who come in. Maybe from the X-Men universe. That'd be funny. Right, Andrew Garfield, the Spider-Man of Earth 838 or the universe of the Fox X-Men. That would make a lot of sense. Because wasn't there like a big, like, little hypothetical theory? Even though it wouldn't make sense, wasn't there like a hypothetical theory that, like, the old X-Men timeline that led to Days of Future Past was the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man universe? And then the new timeline that leads to Logan is the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man universe as well. They kind of share a different version of Spider-Man of each other, like how they share a different version of the Fantastic Four, the 2005 cast with the old X-Men timeline, the 2015 version being shared with the new X-Men timeline, something like that. I don't know. It's a hypothesis, but it'd be funny. I don't think that they explain it in that, but hey, they might just say, oh, it's all different universes. Probably easier to just say that. Benedict Wong. Yep. Yeah, it has a 1 billion% chance. I'm just saying. Imani Vellani. That is honestly the only Disney Plus character I could absolutely see being put in here. I don't see Oscar Isaac's Moon Knight or Tatiana Maslany's She-Hulk coming in. They are characters solely introduced to the Disney Plus shows, and having them just randomly appear in this movie with zero explanation, I think is going to create a lot of issues. I'm not going to lie. I really am not going to lie here. Valkyrie, maybe. Doubtful. Like, you've got to really cut down some people, and yeah, her Valkyrie... It would just make sense to say, oh, yeah, Valkyrie's, like, protecting New Asgard from the invading Doom threat. She can't really help out. That would make sense to not include her if that's the case. Evangelina Lilly, I could see her being in, but she might be one of the first casualties of the movie. I'm willing to bet that's going to be the case. Paul Bettany as White Vision, they haven't touched him, and they haven't touched him in a while since WandaVision, and unless Vision Quest comes out before the movie, I really do not think bro is going to be in there. They might leave him out and just, I don't know, maybe Vision Quest takes place in Battle World in this version of events, and so we get to see the Vision live a life that he can call his own, and then, you know, he could become normal Vision again after fighting Ultron, and then it leads into Secret Wars having a new Vision to help out the Avengers. Or a more properly revived Vision to help out the Avengers, something like that. She-Hulk, not likely. Don Cheadle as War Machine, that makes sense, especially if Iron Man's death is going to have as big of a part in the movie and Doom's origin as we all think. I am willing to bet Don Cheadle's War Machine is going to be a big player in this movie. Brie Larson's Captain Marvel also makes sense to bring her back. Taskmaster, she's not going to make it out of Thunderbolts, guys. I'm sorry, she's not going to survive. Dominique Thorne as Ironheart, I'm willing to bet she's not going to be here. I'm willing to bet that she's not going to show up at all. Maybe in Secret War she'll appear. She could definitely be saved for that if she appears in any of them, but I don't think Doomsday's going to have a place for her. Sam Jackson as Nick Fury, he'll definitely appear at least as a cameo. Haley Steinfeld as Kate Bishop, I'm willing to bet she'll be in here since she technically got to be in one of the movies. She was in the post-credit scene for the Marvels, where Kamala Khan essentially said, we're going to assemble the new Avengers or the Champions. So she'll probably be part of that team, like that little subplot of events. Scarlet Witch, I'm willing to bet she's coming back. Elizabeth Olsen said recently that she's likely not going to come back. I seriously doubt that. I think she will come back 100%. Dakota Johnson as Madam Web, absolutely not. Like, just to be serious with you for a minute, absolutely not. That is a stupid thought. The only Sony Spider-Man-less universe character that will likely appear in this will be Tom Hardy's Venom, and they might just save that for Spider-Man 4 at this rate, so I don't know. I really hope the MCU just does a whole new Venom instead of bringing in Sony's weird version of them instead. Like, let that universe just die off peacefully, and let's just get a new Venom for the MCU that could tell its own stories, possibly going into more modern Venom comics like the Donny Cates run and other things. That would make more sense to me than bringing Tom Hardy in, because I really think the MCU wants to do their own version of Venom rather than just explore the Tom Hardy version. Because let's be real, if Tom Hardy is in there and they do decide to do their own different version of Venom later, it's going to be a different host like Flash Thompson or Matt Gargan, and I really don't want Matt Gargan to be the MCU Venom. It's going to be a one and done, and it's just going to be a waste. Especially with how important Venom as a character is to the broader Marvel universe, especially in the comics. Yeah, just save Venom for post-Secret Wars. Give Peter the black suit in Doomsday and Secret Wars, and have that build up over the course of Spider-Man 5 and 6 to the birth of Venom. Spider-Man 5, you could do your traditional black suit Spider-Man story. Spider-Man 6, it's a Venom versus Spider-Man movie. And that would be your No Way Home level event for the trilogy. It's that simple, Sony. Just please, don't fucking put Tom Hardy's Venom in these movies. Just let Marvel cook up their own Venom. Please, it will succeed, I promise. As a fan, we will be there day one. Just let them cook. Okay. And then we have 3 more cast members on top of that. America Chavez. Yeah, I could see her being here. Monica Rambeau, that seems very likely. At least 75% chance. Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange, 100%. He's been speculated for a hot minute. And there we go. We also have the freaking... Yeah, the X-Men cast members. I am not too surprised Channing Tatum coming back as Gambit. I'm not as surprised with him coming back as I am with Alan Cummings coming back as Nightcrawler. That is just wild. And yeah, Halle Berry, and then... Yeah, these two are probably going to come back as well. I'm willing to bet money on that. $20. $20 that Storm and Jean Grey from the Fox X-Men movies come back as well. Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman as well. They're going to put a bunch of mutants in here. I actually have no idea who you are. Oh, yeah, it's her. Okay, my bad. I forgot. No Eternals. Yeah, they're probably just going to want to leave those guys out. It would not surprise me. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Again, just not a lot to talk about in terms of that. And yeah, it's going to be a proper farewell for these characters before they send all of them off. Because, yeah, look at the years on these guys. Good God. Ian McKellen, 85 years old. Kelsey Grammer, 70. James Marsden, 51. Channing Tatum, 44. Rebecca Roman, 52. Patrick Stewart, 84. Alan Cumming, 60. This is going to be the final bout for, like, that era of Marvel as a whole. Like, it's going to be their farewell, and then later in 2027, after Secret Wars, we'll get a reboot of X-Men. Then a year off of the MCU in 2028, and then 2029, they'll probably come back with, like, more films afterwards. Definitely a new Spider-Man at that point. Like, that makes sense, but... yeah, I'm willing to bet there are going to be a bit more than glorified cameos, honestly. It does seem like they want these films to be a farewell for, like a previous era of Marvel. At least from what the plot leaks are saying. And I'm going to say plot leaks very loosely because none of this is confirmed. This is like Reddit crackheaded theories out here. But essentially, because Kang restructured the multiverse and made the sacred timeline the old version of the main Marvel 616 essentially got disassembled and scattered about. So that explains why, you know, Spider-Man and the X-Men have been in separate universes for so long, and we're only now just starting to see those elements creep back in naturally, right? The timeline's starting to rebuild itself, and the incursions might just be the culmination of that, right? That might just be the culmination of things. RDJ's Doctor Doom may actually have been the original, like, the theory even points out that RDJ's Doom and Tony Stark were meant to be the same character. Like, Tony Stark in the MCU was Victor Von Doom, but Kane rearranged the timelines in such a way to where he got adopted by the Starks at a young age. And so that vileness that you'd expect from Doom really just became more like the typical Tony Stark energy that RDJ exemplifies. I mean, it has enough of the meta storytelling that Marvel has been exploring with a lot of these movies, like Kang splitting apart the original 616 and making a sacred timeline would be like a meta commentary on Marvel having to sell a bunch of their characters' film rights and IPs back in the 90s in order to stay afloat and not go into bankruptcy. RDJ even being Doctor Doom could be a meta reference to the fact that he auditioned for Doctor Doom in the 2005 Fantastic Four movie. He was originally going to be in that movie as Doctor Doom, but they didn't go ahead with that, and we got the guy who we got now. It would be ballsy if that were the case. And hell, there's still even a good chance more cast members from the multiverse are going to be thrown in, not just characters that reappeared in MCU movies. It could even include the 2005 Fantastic Four cast. Like, that version of Reed Richards going up against RDJ's Doom would be just as vindicative or vindictive. I think vindictive is the word. What does vindictive mean? Hold on. Having or showing a strong unreasonable desire for revenge. Maybe, yeah, something like vindictive. It'd be vindictive of them to do it because, again, it was originally what was going to happen, but it got changed. It's a little meta, but Marvel has done a lot of meta storytelling lately, especially in the multiverse saga. So it does make sense that they would try that with this new Avengers film. And again, the Russos said that Avengers, Doomsday, and Secret Wars was going to be films that would challenge the audience. Challenging the audience by saying that not only were the X-Men and Spider-Man originally in the main 616 at earlier points, but because of Kang's interference, it got changed up as it was, would make sense. And going into it and saying that Tony Stark was originally Victor Von Doom, that weirdly has comic book ties. That weirdly has comic book ties. I need to show you all something about... Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna I'm gonna have the screen pulled up again just to show you all this. Here is. Oh, is this the actual one or is this someone else? I have no idea. Future first cousin once removed. Oh, no, not this one. It's the more... Yeah, I think this is the proper one we're looking at. Yeah, Earth 616, Arno Stark. Okay. This is a weird little guy, but essentially, this guy was the original Tony Stark. And I'm gonna go into that a little bit. So, originally, in the original Marvel timeline, this is a retcon made after the Marvel Now era and all that, but it's something I think would definitely play a bit of a part here. Maria Stark suffered from several problems during the conception of her child, Howard Stark, after being informed that the boy wouldn't survive birth. Howard traveled across the world, desperately seeking a way to cure his unborn child. He found himself rescuing this from the alien race known as the Greys in exchange for means to ensure the child's survival. 451 had seen potential on Earth, but feared that the various cosmic empires would endanger the planet before humanity could defend itself. In order to ensure humanity reached their peak, 451 intended to insert someone into society to accelerate its technological growth. He revealed the plan to the Starks, told them that their unborn child was the perfect candidate. After considering their options, Howard and Maria agreed to comply with his terms, and in the course of the 5-month procedure during which 451 genetically modified the baby in the womb, Howard found a hidden genetic tweak, a kill switch that would endanger the life of his son after he reached maturity. Fearing that 451 would simply better cover his tracks if confronted about it, Stark developed a secret in a bio cocktail to neuter it. Yeah, comics are weird, but essentially, this was the actual, born child of the Starks and not Tony. Tony is adopted. Arno is technically the original biologically born son of the Starks. At least according to Iron Man 2020 from Dan Slott. And this whole universe. It's a very convoluted story. And, I don't entirely anticipate them to do that exact story for Doomsday, but I could see them taking general pieces, in particular the piece about Tony being adopted. Maybe the Starks did, or maybe, here's my take. There was a Tony Stark that was originally going to, and how I think this will be handled in Doomsday, this is my general prediction. Tony Stark was originally going to be born naturally from Howard and Maria Stark. However, when Kang was messing with the Sacred Timeline, he needed an excuse to eliminate Doctor Doom from the equation. So he simply had the original Tony Stark killed off in the womb. The baby died, essentially, in the womb. Which would lead to Howard and Maria grieving. And bada bing, bada boom, eventually the twist of events would lead to Howard and Maria adopting a young Victor, possibly at the age of a baby. Which could eventually lead to that kid becoming Tony. They'd give him the name of Tony. Maybe Watu the Watcher, right? Imagine freaking the Watcher is in this movie, right? Imagine that for a second. He's in here and he's explaining to Captain America or Mr. Fantastic or Doctor Strange that in the original timeline, Tony Stark was naturally born from the Stark family. However, because of the interference of Kang the Conqueror, Tony Stark died before he was even born. And later on, Howard and Maria Stark came across a baby, a young baby that in the original timeline would become the one known as Victor Von Doom. And that's how you do the story. It is ballsy. It is a risk. But it's that type of ballsy risk that I think would justify this film being made. And again, I can see RDJ pulling off Doom and Tony Stark at the same time. It's like they're two sides of the same coin in many cases. Not literally, but figuratively speaking. I could I could definitely see that being the case. RDJ, as Doom, essentially, he was originally Doom. But because of Kane's interference in the original 616 timeline and completely changing things, he instead became Tony Stark in what we know as the original MCU. We'll call the current MCU timeline 19999 and the original world is 616. Right? This deviation of the original story's events, right, is a part of Kang's plan to essentially neuter the timeline and give it peace. But he knows that certain things need to exist, that regardless of what he does, there will be heroes born into the world. And that can't really be stopped unless he's going to break a nexus point, a plot point established in What If Season 1 in the episode What If Doctor Strange Lost His Heart, Not His Hands. Right? They have it explained that certain heroes' creations are a nexus point that even Kane's undoing of various events can't quite undo. It took him ages to undo Victor Von Doom, right? He can't do that for every single hero, so he just compromised a bit and just essentially neutered it. He neutered a lot of the events in the timeline, and it led to what we got with the original Infinity Saga. And now that the timeline's continued, Loki found out about what Kang was doing. He broke all that and allowed all the timelines to coexist. We now have a timeline where RDJ as Doctor Doom can exist, and because that version of Doom is likely a very well developed one, kind of like comic book Doom, essentially he'd go after Kang after finding out about him, and he discovers that basically his past, right? He was originally Victor Von Doom, but he basically discovers his proper origins, or at least the MCU's version of it, and how he becomes Tony Stark. He's disgusted by it. So much so he's not only wanting to go after and make a perfect world for the sake of, oh, I, Doom, am the only rightful one to rule because I know what's best. He's also doing it out of pity, which fits him as a character. Because essentially, originally, his future was stolen and it only got reverted by chance. And even then, it's still not quite right. Whether it is a version of Doom that exists because of the Fantastic Four movies universe and that retro-futuristic aesthetic and all that, or an entirely different universe, I'm willing to bet it's part of Pedro Pascal's world, so that way we can at least have a post-credit scene for the Fantastic Four movie where RDJ's Doctor Doom shows up. I would at least put money on that. I don't know about anything else. But yeah, no, let's see what else. That'd be the big development. I think that'd be a wild twist. And again, we could just have it open up with Doom slaughtering the Council of Kings. He finds out that information, but it's hidden from the audience. And over the course of the film, it's teased what he found out. And it's only up until like the end of Act 2 or early Act 3 that it's revealed that Tony Stark in the main MCU, or the current MCU timeline, was originally Doctor Doom. And that this guy's not only going after the world essentially to make the perfect world, put a suit of armor around the world, new mask, same task, but he's also doing it out of pity, which, again, Doom is kind of a pitiful dude at times, let's be honest. He can be pretty petty, and honestly, I can't even blame him, dog. I'd relate to that heavy. Okay, I did my tangent on that. Okay, I got my thoughts out there on that. 3 hours and 30 minutes, dear God. Okay, we can keep it going for a little bit longer. I wasted time with a theory and also redoing the prediction list. Let's watch the TalesTube video. Yeah, let's freaking give TalesTube a watch. I really want to see this new episode, especially since they debut a character here that, Yep. Yeah. Professor Victoria. That was the fan name for the character. This character, Professor Victoria Stanek. There we go. Yeah. I need to find the original concept art piece, but... Yeah, no, essentially she was put in a concept art book. This character has been teased for years at this point. I think back since... I need to find another source where it has a time code on it, but it's been rumored for a while. And again, Professor Victoria, you know, this character, awesome design, you love it so much. She was introduced all the way back in 2021, right? She got teased in the recent New Year's special for Tales Tube, The Mystery of History. This little book right here that I see. She was even in the Sonic movie 3 as like this freaking anime waifu character that appeared on a billboard in Shibuya. That's crazy to me. But yeah, no, we are going to be seeing this character debut and hear everything about her. Let's see how this goes. 4 minutes and 48 seconds. This is going to be interesting. Let's do it.
Everyone, and welcome to our very first episode of Tales Tube on the Road. Today,
okay, he's in Spagonia, it seems. Nice.
From inside the prestigious Spagonia University.
Nice.
So many brilliant scholars have walked these hallowed halls, including today's very special guest. Everyone, please welcome a personal intellectual hero of mine, Professor Victoria.
Excuse me. Who are you?
I should be asking you the
Oh,
same
I love
question.
the accent already.
This is my office.
Oh, a fellow professor. How do you do?
I'm so sorry about this. He is not another professor. He's just one of Eggman's lackeys.
How unfortunate. Can you make him leave?
Not usually.
It's so good to have a meeting of the minds with my fellow intellectuals. Conversations around the lair can be so tiresome.
Let's just continue on. Maybe he'll get bored and leave.
Don't count on it.
Damn.
As I was saying, everyone, please welcome genius archaeologist and historian, Professor Victoria.
Oh, you're too kind, Miles. And please, call me Tori. But honestly, it's my pleasure to be on your show. I'm a bit of a fan of yours as well.
This is the greatest day of my life.
Average for me.
Perhaps you'd like to continue our
Oh, I can
earlier
already tell
conversation
Tails gonna
about
get
ancient
murderous at this point.
Yes, of course. Let's begin at the dawn of recorded history with the first great civilization.
Oh, right. Yeah, they also put out a timeline recently for the games that show off a lot of the events. I'm not going to go into that too much. I'll let you all go into that, but they might explain it here, so let's see.
We know almost nothing of these ancient beings. I would give anything to know who they were and what their technology could do.
Well, you're in luck, because I was part of an adventure.
Oh, those guys. Turns out they were a bunch of watery aliens from another world. They came to Earth to escape space boogeymen and preserve their souls inside a digital dimension. But a couple of them stuck around and eventually turned into these little water babies. Aren't they so cute?
What the?
Technically, he's got the basic facts right. Not the
Damn.
way I would have explained it, but...
Miles, this could revolutionize our understanding of life on Earth and in the cosmos. Oh, please tell me you documented everything thoroughly.
Well, see, I was stuck in a digitized state, and we kinda lost access to the ancient databases.
Oh,
Damn.
So the basis for your claims?
Just trust him, bro.
Hey, they ain't his claims, they're Orbot's claims.
You're ruining this for me.
Tens of thousands of years later, the second great civilization arose. They were known as the Gaians, and they constructed massive temples all around the globe. And yet, the cultures that live around them today remember precious little about them. To think such a vast empire could be lost to the sands of time.
And to the core
That's
of the
interesting they gave
planet.
him an official name, the
Does
Gaians.
he have a mute button?
Again, he's technically right.
Indeed. Sonic and this little puppy guy used them to combine
You
into
did
a
not call
giant
Chip a
stone
puppy.
beast and defeat a big squid monster with 100 eyeballs.
Did, and then they all sunk into the core of the Earth. It was epic. But they'll be back.
Oh?
In, like, 10,000 years, give or take.
Miles, I know you go on wondrous, memorable adventures and see fantastic things, but what you're claiming, and I'm being kind here, stretches credulity.
But it really happened. If you'll please just take a look at the screen, you'll...
Well, now,
Wow.
this has been very cute, but I am late for my lecture. We'll continue this another time.
That's crazy.
Oh, Orbot, look what you've done!
Toodles, Professor.
Tori, please wait! I'm not affiliated with him!
Ahem. And what's the lesson we've learned today, Tails?
That's Begonia
Don't trust
University
technology.
with better security?
Perhaps. I was thinking, don't hang up on Orbot when he calls you on New Year's Day.
That's what this is all about?
My brilliant revenge scheme is complete. Ha ha! I'm away!
Damn.
Well, that was an episode for the history books. I better hit the road before this day gets any more embarrassing. Next time, I think I'll head somewhere a little more low-key. I hope to see you when I get there. Until then, safe travels.
They're definitely gonna use that character in the future without a shadow of a doubt. You know, Professor Tori. Let's go back to that. Yeah, just to look up some more information about her because I am interested in looking into it. Let's see. Yeah, is a character who appears in the Sonic series. She's a human researcher, historian, archaeologist, and professor at Begonia University. Many fans have had the theory for a hot minute that she's supposed to be Maria's younger sister, and honestly, it would not surprise me. She definitely sounds like she would be about at the age, right? Plus, okay, in Shadow Generations, Maria said that she had a baby sister on the way. She doesn't really know much about her. Presumably, Tori was born later on, right? Yeah, average height, blue eyes, kind of like Maria, taffy pink eyeshadow, and magenta hair with a yellow hairpin. Possibly a reference. Her hair is short and curls into a ball-like shape on either side of her head. It's a pity. I would have very much liked greater insight into Gerald and Maria's lives, too. Yeah, imagine that freaking bombshell being revealed in the next Sonic game. Shadow's likely going to play a part, and if Tori's getting more presentation with the Sonic franchise now, she's probably going to be part of it. So who knows? Yeah, let's see. She probably forsaken the Robotnik name because of its history with Eggman, but that's just a hypothesis. Yep. Yeah, her original tease was in a episode of Tales Tube where Tails was trying to tell the difference between humans and anthropomorphic animals. Later on, she was on a picture book, and then finally in Tales Tube number 11, Victoria made her first full appearance, introduced us an historian and professor at Begonia University, discussing with Tails and Orbot the history of the ancients and Dark Gaia. And she was even in Sonic Movie 3. I don't know the context behind this, but it's definitely weird. And she also worked with Abraham Towers, the gun commander, on a few things, likely helping do a historical recovery of the events of the Ark. Which weird thing to have the archaeologist be the one to look into it, unless she was a Robotnik that was interested in the case herself because, oh, my older sister died on that place. Yeah, I do kind of want to see what the hell happened with all that. But yeah, no, that's pretty much all we have about Tori. I am interested to see they will actually confirm in the next mainline game, if she's even in it, that, oh, Tori is indeed a Robotnik. Victoria Robotnik. The name fits, weirdly enough. It does make sense. But, you know, and the English voice actor for her would be Crystal Lee. This fine woman right here. Main credits include Alexandria Sebastian in Zenless Zone Zero and Chlornidia in Genshin Impact. I'm gonna search this on Google just to show it. Yeah, this woman. Dish woman right here. And for Zenless, Ghost Mommy. Nah. Oh, that's funny. I was like, Alexandria, that sounds familiar. It's the ghostly girl waifu. God damn it. But yeah, no, that's funny. It's her. Oh my god. That's actually very cool. You love to see it. But yeah, no, good actress, very nice stuff. You love to see some of that fine work happen. But yeah, no, there's not really much. Oh. That came out a couple days ago. I ain't too worried about that. I don't know. Again, I'm very much intrigued with how the Sonic franchise is actually going to handle that character. It's definitely going to be a bit interesting. If they have a voice actor for her now, so she will likely be a part of the games in the future. Just a matter of where and when. I think there's one more thing I can talk about. Well, actually, maybe two. But it kind of just relates to topics I talked about previously during the... Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, so... I'll pop up this extra tab here. But yeah, apparently there is a domain registered for a Persona 4 remake. Hang on. Let me try to look it in. p4.re.jp. I think that's what it is. Never mind. That is not what it was. But yeah, an alleged web domain for the rumored Persona 4 remake was registered a few hours ago. Thank you, Scrambled Faz, for breaking this news originally. But yeah, no. In line with history, 2 years ago, p3re.jp was registered, and 3 months later, Persona 3 Reload was revealed. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to be an exact repeat of history. They definitely would have the assets and at least general gameplay to have a remake of P4 happen, but I don't know. Right? They'd have the general gameplay. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen that soon. I don't think it's going to be that quick of a turnaround between, oh, we have a domain, and then 3 months later, bam, the reveal. I'd compare it to maybe 3 years, honestly, if I'm going to be frank. Because Atlas has already... Like, I'm pretty sure this year is going to be the year they reveal Persona 6. Having P4 Remake come out before it is so bizarre. And it's a very weird thing to talk about. It's likely going to happen, if at least in like the next 5 years, I think, at this point. Yeah, the hope is P6 comes out and then Persona 4 Remake. That'll make sense. Game Rant. I'm going to hear you out on this. What are the pros and cons? Tell me. Persona 4 Remake, yeah, it would definitely steal the thunder of Persona 6. You'd want to have this game come out in between the Persona 6 spin-offs, like, oh, we're gonna just do a year of DLC here, bam, launch Persona 4 Remake, like 2 years after you launched after you launch Persona 6, and then the year after you do your big release or something, I don't know. Pros to the remake. What's good about potentially releasing the P4 remake, it would give P6 more time to cook in development, but like that game has been in development for like 10 years, and it might be partially live service if rumors are to be believed. For people who don't know what I'm talking about with that, the rumor is that Atlas has at least 3 years worth of DLC plans to come out for Persona 6 in place of the usual Royal Golden re-release. So instead of waiting 3 years for a re-release of Persona 6 to have all the same... Basically, the replay of the game and then to experience a new campaign towards the end. Some quality of life features here and there too. Essentially, they'd be doing away with that and going the more modern approach with a set of DLCs coming out. Likely to double the price of the original game just to have a brand new DLC campaign at the end. I don't know how much they could really do with that. My hope, at least, and this would be one way to fix it, but I'm not guaranteeing it would be the only way to fix it, is that maybe Persona 6 will have a better replay system compared to the previous Persona games. Like, maybe you'd have like a personal calendar on you, right? You could highlight certain events of the day or anything, but you could also go back. And this is the take. This is the idea for Persona 6. If they are going to do this live service thing, you could have a feature where you could go back to certain days thanks to a calendar. Maybe Persona 6 deals with the duality of time or something of the sort. Time, not really time travel, but just messing with save points in a more significant way compared to the original, like, previous Persona games. will be part of the story. So going back to different days would be something you could do. And it just so happens that there will be new side quests and new stories and new social links that can be accessed either by playing through the base game originally or going back later with that mechanic to play through that side quest or side story and just playing out some events of the game again just to see how it feels. It'd be weird as hell. Don't get me wrong, it'd be a weird thing to pitch time travel in Persona 6, but if they're gonna go the route of essentially doing a little live service plan for the game that'll last like 3 years, likely culminating in some form of like big royal golden-esque expansion for the original game, I could definitely see them building up to that with new side quests and potentially having that tease a character that will play that'll likely tease the original character that'll play a part in that big post-game campaign of sorts. But that's just me. It's one way to handle it. I don't think it's the only way to handle it, but it's definitely a way to handle it that I think would work well with the plan Atlas is doing, or at least wanting to do it with the rumors that have been stated. Persona 6 will play more around with going back to certain days to do certain quests to fully complete the game. Essentially, it'll have better replay value for people who just want to go through one save file at a time. And during those different days, you'll have new side quests or social links that you can go through either that were already in the game or were part of the DLC plans. And you wouldn't necessarily have your whole levels yet. Maybe in certain side quests you can have your whole levels and they're like hard mode challenges, or maybe it's like, oh, you're reverted back to the level you were at this point, so you have to deal with this new challenge as if you were in that position earlier. It definitely opens up the possibilities for gameplay, methinks. And also, again, the idea of going through it like that, I think there's potential with it. Let me see. Persona 4 is also worth revision. That's why fans haven't played it for a while. I played through it recently on my own time. It was fun. It could also improve the game's main features. The big improvement I know for a fact is going to be desirable for a Persona 4 remake is them redesigning all the dungeons to give it more of P5's more interesting designs, which I know it's going to be difficult. But hey, it's possible. They didn't really do it with Persona 3. That still kept a lot of the main dungeon design. But I could definitely see Persona 4 getting a little bit more interesting with the dungeon design. It'd at least have it be a nice blend into P5. There is a catch, including the possible effect of the latter's release window. As mentioned, there have been leaks suggesting that P6 may launch this year. But Atlas hasn't confirmed this and could have other plans in mind. If the 6th installment gets pushed back, fans might be impatient. And yet it will be over a decade at that point since Persona 5 came out. Granted, Atlas hasn't scrimped on game releases in the last few years, which include a number of Persona 5 spin-offs. We might even have another one coming out this year, if rumors are to be believed, and then Persona 6 will be like a release for next year, which that seems like the most prominent rumor, at least as of now. The main pro is that the rumored re-release of Persona 4, the remake of Persona 4, would give Atlas more time to cook P6, and fans are given the chance to revisit the story and explore an improved version of Inaba in the Midnight Channel, but pushing back to release of P6 might get impatient, especially since it would be almost a decade since P5 came out. Again, I'm unsure if P6 is going to come out this year. It very well could. But part of me thinks they'll announce it this year and have 2026 be the year that comes out. It makes more sense to me. Maybe we'll get one more Persona 5 spinoff. Maybe that Persona 5 Arena game comes out. But, yeah, no, I doubt on God that is what's going to happen. I doubt that P4 remake is going to be out within the next 3 years. Maybe the next 5 years, but it's going to be a while until we even get close to something like that. That's just me, though. I don't really know. Okay, there was also something else. I forgot already what it was. Oh, yeah, the freaking Xenoblade talk. That was the other thing. I got into a chat with a viewer and a raider on Twitch last night. Hold on, let me just be sure I don't flash the screen with titties of some of the moots I follow on here. Okay, I'll go look back at that later. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, Linkoid right here. She streamed Xenoblade Chronicles 6 hours ago. Yeah, she dropped by the stream last night. It was a very nice stream. I enjoyed it very much. But yeah. Okay, so the general, yeah, she mainly does Xenoblade and also software and game development. Okay, I have not. Hold on, I'll show the screen here just to show off her page. I would recommend following this person if you give them the chance. They seem very fun. They were very nice last night. I'd at least want to show my gratitude to them a little bit for that, since they are my first ever raid. So again, show them some love. I swear it will be good time. I promise. But yes, back to the topic. We at one point, on top of the Kid Icarus thing, which they personally believe, is it a he or a she? I don't know.
Right. Our bodies are artificial limbs.
Let's see.
If the tainted don't perceive us as living things, we might be still.
Oh.
I owe you one.
Hold on, let me actually just... Here, let me pop up a clip. I think that'd be better off. Just get... I don't
Oh god, nobody can get over there. The other onion's gonna catch on fire.
Oh.
Can I? No, I can't.
Nope, I can't.
It sounds like it might be a dude. I don't know.
What was that about a fire extinguisher?
I took it.
I might have picked the wrong clip to look into that with. Yeah, I don't really... About? Yeah, I should have probably looked at. I'll call them they, them for now, just so I don't have to freaking... Oh, and Deja Drift. What is that? Hold on. Is that a safe game? Oh. Oh, they game developer. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. You'll love to see it. A multiplayer racing game, yeah, essentially. Innovative twist in the extreme sports genre with cars, drive through with vaporware, motor parks, discover how the coordinate echoes of your clones to rack up deja vu bonus points, and climb the tower of the leaderboards. Explore meme-inspired content maps and Eurobeat soundtrack. For $10, not bad. Okay, I wanted to at least look at that, but I got curious. But yeah, me and them got into a conversation last night about Xenoblade. They rated the Xenoblade X stream, which again, I'm very thankful for that. Thank you so much. And hang on, I'm just gonna type this in just to. We talked about this for a good few minutes about the possibility of them doing this and how it would have the how it would affect the franchise. And the idea is whether or not I should purchase this version again. I would definitely support it. I would definitely buy this version if it ever came out. Let me see. Yeah, this is the meme. This is the meme right here. It's from Reddit, but hey, it gets the point across. Essentially, Xenoblade 1, 2010, Xenoblade DE 2020. Xenoblade X 2015, Xenoblade X DD or DE 2025. So Xenoblade 2 2017, what comes in 2027? That is definitely the thought process of all time when it comes down to that. That's really where the idea for this came from. And you know, it's definitely a bit interesting, especially since we have actual DLC. But there is a pattern. People are pointing this out. There does feel like there is a pattern, at least with these games. And you know what? With a game like Xenoblade 3, I could definitely just see them putting out a patch and just being done with the game at that point. But for Xenoblade 2, and yeah, Xenoblade 2 digital. I'm gonna look up the Digital Foundry project for this. But is Xenoblade 2 too ambitious for Switch's mobile capabilities? Yeah, let's just go to the Eurogamer article if it doesn't block me. Impressive when docked, but portable play has issues. And yeah, let's just look. Technological primitive delivers in many aspects. Of course, Xenoblade 2 is a great game, and it's a beautiful game in many ways, but there are issues in just optimization that plague this game. Mostly because it was a year one title for the Switch that Nintendo really wanted to come out, and frankly, I can't blame them. And it does run on a similar engine to X on Wii U, so if they have the translation properly done for the engine there, they might be able to do the same thing with Xenoblade 2. And yeah, Xenoblade 2's engine runs at a native 720p on TV. It dips a lot on frickin'... Yeah, let's look up the Digital Foundry review.
It's not evident from the outset. You see, unlike previous games, Xenoblade 2 is focused on narrative, and the first hour of the game is designed to pull players into that story.
Yep.
It works, and by the time you arrive in the first massive open area, you have a real objective driving you forward.
And it's an amazing game. It has some amazing environments. X apparently has better environments, but we're not going to get into that discussion here. That's not what I'm here to talk
overall,
about.
Then, the visual feature set is improved over the previous game.
As it's stated
what
here,
about performance?
Just
this is where things get a little iffy.
Yeah, let's just look at how it performs. This is the big reason why I think of like a remaster, a proper full remaster would make sense.
Town and wander around. Performance is generally close to or locked at 30 frames per second. It's smooth enough and performs exactly how you'd expect given the scale of the game. Now let's wander out into the world. The frame rate is still fine, right? Okay, so let's keep going in this direction. Now, we're about 2 minutes out of town. If we stop here and turn around, this is where things get interesting. Almost immediately, we're seeing drops with sustained performance below 30 frames per second. It's certainly not as smooth as it was just a moment ago, but hey, perhaps it's related to what's currently in view. This is where it gets strange. As we approach the town, the performance remains poor, and once we eventually cross into the town itself, the frame rate drops all the way to the low 20s and remains there. In other words, it's not smooth at all. So what's going on? Why was it smooth one moment and now the same area runs like this? A bug, perhaps?
It's not a bug, it's just poor optimization.
Here in town, and performance was restored. The way the results were basically the same.
Yeah, it's really just down the frickin' performance. I'll read your card here. Although everything changes when playing in handheld mode, image quality for one takes a nosedive. The results can get as low as 368p, and at highest it's around 552p, which is utterly just crazy. There are probably other values. What's worse is a strong sharpening filter is used here on top of the low resolution, the temporal anti-aliasing, resulting in a messy image overall in handheld. As someone who's played this game through twice, one of the few games I've played through twice, and the only RPG I've ever played through twice, yeah, no, that's 100% on point. That's... Yeah, no, it's just a very weird game. It's not, again, game-wise, it's amazing. Story is great. Characters are utterly amazing. The best of the franchise, in my opinion, by far. But, again, performance-wise, and arguably graphically, too, its performance and graphics, it could definitely get improvements upon without a shadow of a doubt. Right? And that's why I think a lot of people were thinking, hey, if, you know, we got Xenoblade X's Definitive Edition, let's get a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Definitive Edition as well on top of that, just to have it there. I mean, why not? It would make sense. Hell, it could be a fun title for Switch 2. I personally think, I don't think a definitive edition would change the whole story. Maybe they can touch up the opening chapter a bit to be a little faster in places, but I think it's a necessary pace for what it's trying to go for. It took me to another side. I had to get out of there. I didn't know how it was. But yeah, look, even going back to Xenoblade 1's Definitive Edition, it made 2 look bad. And it's not, I don't think it's just design. Designs in 2 are definitely weird compared to the other games, but like, it's a different aesthetic. I can at least respect them for trying to do something different. But like, Xenoblade 2 graphically could have a lot of improvements, and even if they don't change the story and it's just an upgraded graphics mode, I really would want them to go back and just change things, right? I'd want them to go back and be like, hey, look, we made this game 10 years ago and we rushed it out to get it out for the first year of the hot new Nintendo system. And you know what? it was a nice game for what it had. We definitely did a good job there. It definitely was great. A lot of people loved it. Everyone loves the characters of it in particular. We had some controversies, but hey, still great. And the game's sold pretty well, you know, it's good. We've only gotten better with the technology thanks to the Nintendo Switch, just continuing developing for it. Xenoblade 1's Definitive Edition, Xenoblade 3, even Torna technically saw some graphical enhancements, but not as much. Xenoblade X Definitive Edition, right? They could definitely justify it if it's to fix the graphics and polish the game up. Hell, maybe tweak the art style a bit to look like 3. Because I did see on here, let me see, you know, I'm going to, just again, because I'm going into Google search, and I do not trust that with my life, we're going to just check here. Xenoblade 2 characters render. I want to see how... Fan render, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying the characters need to be of a different style. Far from it. Where on earth would I find that? There was a post where someone took... There was a post on freaking Twitter where somebody took the models... They took the models of Xenoblade 2, but they gave it like an adjusted version of Xenoblade Chronicles 3 shading. It just looked amazing. I forgot who did it. Fuck. Let me see if I could find any sort of fan-made image here at all. Just to... Yeah, this is why I had to freaking just go into... go into Google search, like, protective mode, because, dear God... I'll save that for later. Yeah, no. But yeah, no, it doesn't even need to be a full change of models, honestly. It just needs, like, a graphical touch-up. Oh my God, my art. Chat. Hold on. Is it safe here to look? Yeah, okay, it's safe here to look. Chat. My art. I looked it up. My art was right here. It's so cool. I've never had that happen to me before. I'm sorry, I had to marvel at this for a second. But look, it's the meme art. I think it's safe to look here. Yeah, it's just this. But yeah, enough. This was a fun piece to do for the anniversary. This meme was definitely popular back then. And hey, I got to do a Xenoblade version of it. It was definitely very funny. Someone told me also Mithra would probably join him for that. And yeah, in hindsight, probably. But hey, can't really change that now. You'll love to see it, though. Anyways, back to the chill and chat screen. I want to see Mithra custom render. Let me see. Custom render. Gotta look. I don't know if I'm gonna find it. I might stop here in a second, but yeah, no, I at least wanted to yeah, I'm not really finding the results for this like I thought I would, which stinks. Maybe if I put in the site I found it on, maybe it'll help. No. Okay, at least not right away. Yeah, definitely not. We're kind of at the ends meet with that, but yeah, no, like, again, I saw the results of, like, that style of lighting and shading of Xenoblade 3, and it just looked so good. I would not mind if they just kept the models the same. Maybe upgrade the polygons a bit to smooth out some edges. But essentially, it's the same models, touched up, and given new shading, and it looks amazing. And, again, Xenoblade 2 is already a great game. They could just do a next-gen enhanced version, like a cross-gen upgrade thing of sorts, to just justify the whole thing then, and honestly, I don't think people will be upset. I really don't think people will be upset. If anything, it might actually be more justifiable that way, but if not, hey, if they do a remaster, it means Xenoblade 2's story and the story of the Aegis will play a part in Xenoblade 4, right? With Xenoblade 3, Xenoblade 1 Definitive Edition came out first. And it reintroduced gamers to Shulk and his friends in the world of Bionis, because that side of things, that other world created by Klaus, that became a part of the story of Xenoblade 3. So if Xenoblade 2 gets a remaster, that means the story of the Aegis will likely play a part in 4. And I honestly do believe it definitely will. I don't think there's a shadow of a doubt it won't, especially since we still have one of Rex's kids still left to be revealed. That's not really a spoiler for Xenoblade 3, but it is something brought up later on. But yeah. We have Mio, who's Rex and Nia's kid. We have Glimmer, which is Rex and Pyra's kid. We don't know who Rex and Mithra's kid is. Are they going to be the main protagonist of 4? I don't know. Will they be a character in it? Probably. Will it be a boy, and will their name be Milton? I hope so. I really hope so. I'll leave y'all with that. I think we're going to call it. We spent 4 hours on stream. Technically 3 hours and 30 minutes minus the throw-up break. But yeah, no, we done for the day. I think it's good to call it here. Thank y'all so much for watching and tuning in. I hope anyone who did come by here has had at least a decent chill time, just chatting with me, having fun. Maybe not as much fun, but hey, look, it's alright. I at least wanted to react to y'all. I wanted to react with the direct with y'all at least, because again, I wasn't planning on it, but like, hey, life happens. It does indeed happen. Next week, we will be playing Xenoblade X and Final Fantasy 16 again, and Wednesday, we are likely going to be streaming either all day or most of the day to watch the Nintendo Direct, the actual Switch 2 Direct, as it comes out. Not like today, where I had to stay off the internet for like 10 hours just to come home and be like, yeah, no, we're here now. We're here to watch this. No, we're actually going to watch it live. And I hope to see you all there. And if I don't see you all tomorrow, then have yourselves a damn good one. Have a good night, Tri-State area.